sports source in St. Louis that matters. WXOS. This is the opening drive on 101 ESPN. Brought to you by Sumner One.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the opening drive on 101 ESPN in St. Louis, where it's 7 o'clock. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. With Brooke Grimsley, I'm Randy Carricker. Great to have you with us. Danny's schedule, by the way, Danny Mac's schedule is going to be Tuesday through Friday, so Dan McLaughlin will not be with us on Mondays, but we are with you. And Brooke, it's minus 2 degrees. It's all the way up to minus 2. Are you a happy camper?
No, Randy, I'm not. It is painfully cold outside. And I always think every year, okay, it won't be that bad. And then if you set foot outside this weekend, it was painfully cold.
Yeah. Oh, man, Matthew Rocchio was telling me. So tell us about your morning. And Matthew's working on other stuff, so I'm going to take him away from that.
It was cold. And then I woke up, it was cold, and I got out to my car, it was cold, and then it was cold in my car for like 7 minutes longer than it is when it's like 25 degrees, because that's how long it took to warm up my car. It was a very cold day, and I was I had a scarf wrapped around my head like a balaclava, where just my eyes, and I had my hood on my hoodie lowered down, so I could I had some peripheral, so I'm not driving like a maniac. But yeah, that was unpleasant.
It's so bad. And then winter warmup this weekend, going to that.
Oh, man. And I was at the writers' dinner last night, and it was fabulous, and everybody had a great time, but it was cold. But you know what, Brooke? My heart is warmed.
Oh, why is that, Randy?
By the fact that, number one, the Grinch's heart stayed small. And, both the devil and his advocate, Jera and Stan being the devil, Jera being his sidekick. They both lost yesterday. Neither of them will get to play more playoff games in their big stadiums.
It's poetic justice, Randy. It is. For the Lions to beat the Rams. So many great storylines there, which we'll get into. And then for the Cowboys to lose to the Packers.
How about them Cowboys?
You knew it was coming, right?
I kind of had an idea. I did. Jordan Love has been so hot, right? And he was sensational in this game. And it is who the Cowboys are. Even though they'd won 16 consecutive regular season games at home, what do they do in the playoffs? Brooke, here we are, 29 years since Dallas was in an NFC championship game. 22 years since St. Louis was in an NFC championship game. And we haven't had a team for 8 years.
Does that make you so happy,
Randy?
Randy?
So happy.
It makes you so happy. Yeah. But it's what was expected out of the Cowboys. Jordan Love, not to take away anything from them, but it's just so the Cowboys for it to end up in that situation. But the Packers have been such an exciting team to watch because of Jordan Love and what he's been able to do.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. And how interesting will it be? Because next week it'll be the Packers at San Francisco. How about an NFC championship game between the Lions and the Packers?
Ooh.
Wouldn't that be wild?
I like the Lions a lot,
I do
Randy.
too. The St. Louis Lions, right?
Yeah, I love Dan Campbell and how he is. I know that you were busy at the writers' dinner, but I just love watching him on the sidelines when they cut to him. I mean, he looks like he could run out in the field at any moment.
He really does. And he'd probably hurt some people.
He would.
He'd bite some kneecaps. No, he's great. He's fun. He's good for the NFL.
He is.
So we're going to get on to that. Here's what we've got coming up on the show. Chris Kerber is going to join us. We want to hear from you throughout the course of the morning. Obviously, the winter warm-up continues. It'll conclude today down at Ballpark Village. But as you watched and heard comments or read them on Twitter, what were your thoughts? And whatever it was, we'd like to know from you, and you can use the mic drop feature if you're any more or less excited about the 2024 Cardinals. And Brooke was there yesterday. We'll talk to Brooke about what she heard, and I had a chance, as she mentioned, to be over at the baseball writers' dinner. Let's bring you up to date on what happened over the weekend. The Blues with another pretty solid effort in a 4-3 loss to the Bruins in overtime. Two power play goals for the Blues. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's they're red hot. It's unbelievable.
Are they still the worst in the league with power play percentage?
No, I think they're only second to worst.
Nice. That's an improvement.
We're making progress here, slow but sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and so the Blues still in the playoff hunt. If the playoffs started today, they'd still be on the outside looking in. But they finish off the homestand and that tough schedule tonight against the Flyers, and we'll have the action for you here on 101 ESPN at 6 with the actual face-off at 7. So that'll be great. College basketball over the weekend. Mizzou falls in overtime to South Carolina, 71-69. 10th-ranked Illinois loses to Maryland yesterday, 76-67. The Fighting Illini, with their largest loss of the season, a surprise hiccup against unranked Maryland. Domask has 26, but only gets one other player in double figures for the game. And now, here we go to the NFL weekend. First of all, Saturday, the Texans and your guy, C.J. Stroud, boy, they rolled the Browns 45-14. It was not pretty for Joe Flacco at all.
No, Randy, I think the magic of the Browns season and Joe Flacco definitely ran out, especially when you saw those back-to-back pick sixes from Joe Flacco towards the end there. You knew that the magic ran out. But what C.J. was able to do with his offense.
Now you're on a first-name basis. Yeah,
yeah.
Good.
Oh, CJ and I. Yeah. Yeah, we're tight like that.
Yeah, good.
Which is weird for me, being obviously a Titans fan. But I really, and I've been saying this all year, Randy, I really have enjoyed watching CJ Stroud because I don't think many people were expecting it. D'Amico Ryans also deserves a lot of credit. His first time being the head coach of the Texans. And so there's a lot of firsts for this team. But CJ Stroud, I believe, is the reason why. He really does get the most out of the guys around him.
This is the first time I've ever really thought that the Texans were legitimate in their entire existence. Even when they were going to playoffs, I never really thought that they were legit.
No.
And now I do.
Exactly. And that's what the surprise is. And it's because of C.J. Stroud and what he's able to do. The Browns, though, they have had a really good season. The Browns' defense, that's what I was surprised about. I thought the game would be a little bit closer because of the Browns' defense and what they've been able to consistently do.
Right.
They're a top 5 defense in the league. And I didn't know how C.J. Stroud would stack up against that, but he had no problem whatsoever.
They have some work to do in Cleveland still. Even though they had their nice run, they've got some work to do. The other game on Saturday night is Harrison Butker, the MVP of the Chiefs. 26-7 is the final over the Dolphins. So.
If you want to, but I'm going to give the MVP also, if we're talking about defense, the Chiefs defense.
Yeah.
I think that they are a huge reason why that the Chiefs have been able to really power through all of this. There was a lot of positives, though. I think Rashee Rice emerging really as that true number one wide receiver for Patrick Mahomes was a highlight of the game.
Rodgers' Darkness Retreat, right?
Yes. Big Rashee Rice fan over here. But the Chiefs defense is what really stood out to me. Especially they were able to handle, I mean, the Dolphins offense obviously isn't what we've seen recently, hasn't been what we saw earlier in the season, but you can't take away from the fact of this is still supposed to be a really good offense, and the Chiefs defense just dismantled them.
And the Chiefs defense is the youngest in the league. And they're a different defense when they have Nick Bolton healthy. They had that stretch when he was hurt during the season where they weren't as good as they are. That's sort of a difference maker.
Yeah, and you have Chris Jones. I mean, that signing worked out. I'm glad that worked out, and obviously he was worth that. But then L'Jarius Sneed, I thought, was somebody who really stood out in that game. The way that he was able to just really freeze. You see what I did there?
Yeah.
Freeze Tyreek Hill there. Did you watch just the fans at that game? I want to know if anybody went to that game at Arrowhead, what that experience was like. Because seeing all the frozen beers, I know that, and Rocc mentioned this, but I saw this, where you could bring in, what is it called? Cardboard.
Oh,
yes, to help with your feet.
Yeah.
I want to know what that experience was like.
How about the people that were shirtless?
I saw that.
That was crazy. Those people are not of their right mind.
Are you not worried about dying?
Yeah, frostbite, hypothermia. Yeah, that sort of thing does happen.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So then we get to yesterday, and the Green Bay Packers are at Dallas, where the Cowboys have won 16 in a row during the regular season. And on the Packers' first drive, Aaron Jones caps a 12-play, 75-yard drive. Took 7.5 minutes, half the first quarter. 7-0 in favor of the Packers. And the Cowboys go 3 and out, and the Packers get the ball back. And they go 3 and out. But then when they get the ball back late in the first quarter, they drive to another Aaron Jones 1-yard touchdown run. Just a short drive after a turnover. 3 plays, 19 yards, 14-0 in favor of the Packers. Then another Jordan Love drive, 10 plays, 93 yards, takes 5:44. A touchdown pass to Dontervion Wicks, and all of a sudden it's 20-0. But you never know with Dak Prescott. Is Dak Prescott down 20-0? Is he going to be able to bring the Cowboys back?
Catch on 4 targets. 2nd and 2 here, though. Here's Prescott. The middle, it's going to be picked off, and no one in front of him. Darnell Savage. Touchdown.
Oh, dang it.
Ooh.
27-0. They'd missed an extra point. 27-0 at that point. 27-7 at halftime, but it wasn't over yet. Brandon Aubrey hit a field goal to make it 27-10, and you're thinking, okay, there might be a little bit of a threat here. But Aaron Jones with his third touchdown of the day to make it 34-10, and then after Dallas had scored a touchdown before the third period was out, Jordan Love struck again.
Fake it to him here. Love, back foot, has a man wide open. It's going to be caught by Musgrave, racing towards the end zone. He is in. Touchdown, Green Bay.
Love also hit Romeo Doubs with another touchdown pass to make it 48-16, and then Dallas added some garbage time stuff, and 48-32 was the final.
Randy, it's so predictable. It's so predictable. And also, I don't know if you saw, prior to this, Dak had this interesting quote that was going viral as well, where he talked about that he bought a bunch of LV bags to, I guess, kind of envision getting to it, because we know it's going to be in Las Vegas. The Super Bowl is going to be in Las Vegas. So he told some reporters that he got a bunch of Louis V bags to remind him about going to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, kind of a reminder to help him of like, okay, we got to keep this in mind. He even got his girlfriend, or whoever she is to him, his girlfriend, some LV bags too. It's just like the Cowboys just walk themselves into a lot of this stuff.
Do.
They really, really do. And I know this will make you even happier, Randy, is Jerry Jones had a press conference. And it sounds like what you would kind of expect. You could have just played this from last year. It sounds something like we've heard before.
I'm going to like
him.
this, huh?
Yeah.
This is one of my most surprises since I've been involved in sport, period. So this is that degree. I know how disappointed everybody is. That's all my comment.
In terms of playoff losses, where does this one rank for you?
Well, I don't have really, I can't reach back and look at a playoff loss, but this seems like the most painful because we all had such great expectation and we had hope for this team, and thought that we were aligned in great shape, and it didn't happen for us, and it's as fresh on me right now as it is on anybody else. But I won't get into any of the addressing of any aspects of any part of it.
If you aren't watching on YouTube, you need to go back and watch Randy's reaction to that, because he is so giddy is the way to describe it right now. He is giddy. So what is your reaction to that, Randy?
Oh, I love the fact that Jerry is beside himself. He just doesn't get it. It's so fun to know that not only did they lose last night, and not only did they get drilled in the playoffs by San Francisco last year, and they've lost to the 49ers several times in the playoffs. They've lost to the Packers. They take their hits. They even lost to the Rams one time in the playoffs, a couple times in the playoffs. But to have Jerry Jones lose again, it thrills me. I just love to see his failures, and it's also great to know that as long as he lives, he's 81. He can live to 101, and his team's never going to win a Super Bowl.
You can't say never. You think it's never going to happen?
Not as long as he's in charge.
Well, maybe there is a common denominator here, Randy, and I don't know if Jerry Jones is fully aware of that, but it's interesting, that little pause that he had when she asked him, the reporter asked him about where this ranks amongst the playoff losses that he's experienced, and he's probably calculated in his brain how many that he has seen. He's like, well, quite a bit.
I think it's actually better, and I hate it when the Cowboys win during the regular season, but I like it better when they lose in the playoffs. I love to have his hopes and dreams just absolutely crushed, just his heart stomped on by the opposition. And Jordan Love, it's great. Dak Prescott making $40 million a year, and I'm a Dak defender. I guess I shouldn't be, but to see them get drilled by not only the youngest team in the league, but by far the youngest team in the league, pretty darn cool.
And now the Mike McCarthy hot seat is the big topic. Is he going to be gone? And is Bill Belichick going to take over?
Would Belichick take the job? Would Jerry and Stephen Jones be willing to cede control to Belichick? Because they'll have to give him a level of control that Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett and Wade Phillips didn't enjoy. And then the third question I would have is, why would you, even though the defense wasn't great yesterday, it was really a product of turnovers that they lost as badly as they did. Dan Quinn is like the hottest coaching defensive coordinator out there. Why not go with the guy that you have in-house?
Why not?
that you can control. But I wouldn't be surprised if they bring it back with McCarthy. And Dak said that he wants McCarthy to be the guy. Mm-hmm. Although they might not want Dak or McCarthy to be the guy.
I was going to say, is Dak can also be there? You never know with Jerry.
So you got the Cowboy loss yesterday afternoon. And then last night, Ford Field, Detroit. Lions score first on a 1-yard touchdown run by David Montgomery. Rams come back. Brett Maher with a 24-yard field goal. But things are looking good at the end of the first quarter as Jahmyr Gibbs goes over from 10, 14-3 in favor of Detroit. But big play Rams. Puka Nacua catches a 56-yard touchdown pass from Stafford to make it 14-10. But a St. Louis guy doing St. Louis good, playing first of all, and then scoring second of all.
2 for the touchdown. Goff looking to throw. Throws back to the end zone. Touchdown Detroit again. They're 3 for 3.
21-17 at halftime, and the Rams were never even again. It was 24-17 after Badgley hit a 54-yard field goal early in the third. Maher with another field goal in the third, and then he hit one in the fourth quarter. And the Rams actually had a chance late. But on a 2nd and 9 on their final drive with the Rams defense threatening to put Detroit into a position where they had to punt, their quarterback, Jared Goff, came through.
The Lions. 5. Goff's going to throw, and it's caught by St. Brown for a first down. Timeout, Rams, 1:52 to go.
And that was all she wrote as the Rams lose 24-23. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was the biggest part, too, of when I was talking about poetic justice. The fact that you had that great storyline of the quarterback switch. And, of course, they talked about it all during the broadcast. So there's no way you could have missed that happened. But for Jared Goff, I thought that was just such a great redemption for him, because that's something where when you went through everything like he did with the Rams, it could really shut you down. Instead, he talked about how much he used it to motivate him. And you saw that.
Yeah.
You saw how locked in he was. But then you have so many of the St. Louis connections. The Lions, they have such a young, talented group, too, where you could really see that this isn't just going to be one season of success. They're going to be able to really build off of this.
Right. So this afternoon on First Alert 4, 3:30.
No, you're going to get sued. You can't do that. But
No, it's on their station.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say we're First Alert 4 now.
I'm promoting
Yeah.
it. On there, we don't have the game, unfortunately, but First Alert 4, I don't think we do, because we have Blues hockey. We can't do that. We don't have time. So Steelers and Bills on Channel 4 this afternoon at 3:30, and then Joe and Troy have the ESPN game at 7:15. Eagles and Bucks to wrap up Super Wildcard Weekend. And that's what we have to get things started for you here on 101 ESPN. We do have the text line open if you'd like to participate as we go along during the show. And the text line brought to you by our Air Comfort Service, 314-399-9646, 314-399 YO-HO. But coming up, guess what I'm picking? We've got 3 things we loved about the weekend here on 101 ESPN. All right, three things we loved about the weekend here on 101 ESPN. Brooke, why don't you go first with
Number 3.
There you go.
Mine is going to be watching one. I know, Randy, you're going to talk about it because it's always fun to talk about. There's a lot of reasons why you would root against the Rams last night if you're here in St. Louis, for obvious reasons. We know the big obvious one, but also another reason being there were so many St. Louis connections. You have Sam Laporta from Highland, Illinois. You have Jack Fox from Ladue. You have Jamison Williams from Cardinal Ritter. And I do have to give credit to Kyron Williams. He had a fantastic season on the Rams side and for what he's able to do, and he went to Vianney. So I just love seeing all those guys performing at such a high level. It gives you another thing to root for. I already like the Lions a lot this season. I like Dan Campbell. I like everything that they're building in Detroit, and the fact that this is something they haven't been able to do in over 30 years. And I really like that whole storyline. But to see all the St. Louis connections, it was like one of those moments where you're looking and watching the game on TV. You're like, oh, he went to Ladue High School.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's such a fun moment to talk about that.
Yeah. Brooke, my number 3 is the winter warm-up, because here we are. I don't know if you got in your car yesterday when it was like minus 8 degrees, or when you looked at your phone over the weekend and saw that it was like minus 11. But the winter warm-up tells us that spring training is just a month away, and the baseball is here. So I'm really glad, even though it is cold, that the Cardinals do the winter warm-up at this time of year, which I guess because it's Martin Luther King Day, they do it this time of year every year, and it's this cold this weekend every single year. But at least we know that spring training and the start of baseball is only a month away, and that's my number 3.
Number 2.
My number 2 is just a great night on Saturday. I went to the Missouri Athletic Club downtown and watched the Chiefs and the Blues game, and it was just a lot of fun. We brought some friends with us, and we had some cigars, and there's nothing more fun than just being in a bar with a bunch of people. And I know you brought this up with Fenton Bar and Grill before, of just having that moment where everybody's watching locked in on the game. And so it was just a lot of fun. It was a nice night.
That's awesome. I was actually with a group of people last night, and my number 2 is the baseball writers dinner, and it was great to see Ollie Marmol and get together. I had a chance to interview Adam Wainwright and Wilson Contreras, and I'll tell you what, these kids that the Cardinals are bringing along, and we know about Walker and Wynn, they're so impressive. Victor Scott II is a very impressive young man, and I can't wait until he's here. I went up to him. There was a reception before everything got started, and I said, I don't want to put you on the spot. I just want to know, do you know who Vince Coleman is? He said, oh, yeah, I know who Vince Coleman is. So Vince Coleman came up in 85 as a rookie. He had stolen 145 bases 2 years before in A-ball. Then he stole 101 bases. He skipped AA, went to AAA, stole 101, then comes up and people that were around in 1985, he just turned on the Cardinals. He was the spark, and the team won 101 games. Vince stole 110 bases. So Victor Scott can do that. He wants to do that, and one of his goals is to be a Cardinal in 2024. He wants to make his Major League debut this year. But also Max Radjic, the Cardinal Minor League Pitcher of the Year, and then Ivan Herrera, who's going to be a stud. And I'm looking forward to him. And then I had Adam Wainwright tell the story about his shoulder injury when he got it. And you know what a great storyteller Adam is. And he's talking about that last start, warming up. And Adam, he chokes up. He starts crying a little bit. And
You made him cry?
He and Wilson. But Adam is such a great storyteller. That's what I'll miss most about Wednesdays with Wayno. It's not getting insight on the team, it's hearing his stories. And I'm so thankful that he's going to be part of Major League Baseball as a broadcaster. But, man, it was good to see all the guys, and good to get ready for the baseball season.
Yeah.
Number 1.
And that plays into my number 1, Randy, because day 2 of the winter warm-up was a lot of those younger players. We got to hear from Jordan Walker. We got to hear from Brendan Donovan and Jose Fermin. Just a lot of the younger guys were the big talkers of day 2. And my biggest takeaway from day 2 is that Brendan Donovan has really emerged as a leader and a voice for the Cardinals, especially going into the season. Even Jordan Walker was talking about how Brendan Donovan has kind of acted as another hitting coach for him. And he said he's very blunt, but he likes that. And he has a great way about going about it. You could just tell, too, by the way that Brendan Donovan was talking about this season, his competitive nature. I think that it's great to see him being a lot more vocal, because he has always been, and he said he's a lead by example guy, but it's very clear just just based off of what Lars was saying, what Jordan was saying, all the guys who talked yesterday, Brendan Donovan's name was brought up. And he's a type of player where I like that he's taking that leadership role. We saw how hard of a worker that he has been and how he really just leaves it all out there on the field. He's a player that really backs up his talk with his play. He talks the talk and he walks the walk. And I think that that's a great leader to emerge for the Cardinals.
And Brooke, I hope he doesn't defer. And you mentioned to me that no Arenado in town for the winter warmup this weekend. No Goldschmidt at the winter warmup this weekend.
No Miles
Michaelis. And those guys, they have lives to lead. They all have kids. They've got stuff going on in their lives. But the fact of the matter is he's here during a weekend like this to take a leadership mantle, and they aren't. So I hope that he doesn't defer just because they're veterans. Because we've heard, we talked to players and people around the ball club, neither Arenado or Goldie are quintessential leaders where you say, okay, that's the guy that is going to drag this team into the fight. Brendan Donovan seems to be that kind of a guy.
Oh, he is. He definitely is. And I've enjoyed watching him even since he came up. And when you're talking about Nolan, Nolan has a lot of respect for Brendan Donovan. I remember when he was coming up, he talked about how Brendan Donovan really was a spark for him, and he continues to be that. But I also respect Brendan, too, a lot because him and I connected on the military background. I come from a big military family. His father, obviously, even more so, served as well. And you can just tell he holds himself in that manner. And he does a lot for our veterans, too. But Brendan Donovan, you could tell, has that whole military brat mentality where it's definitely rubbed off on how he plays and carries himself, too.
Brooke, my number one is...
How about them Cowboys?
Not only did they lose a playoff game, not only did they lose a home playoff game, not only did they lose to the youngest team in the National Football League, they were behind 48-16. The game was over. You know, when the Rams beat the St. Louis Rams, beat the Minnesota Vikings, they were ahead 49-17 before the Vikings scored some garbage time points to make it 49-37 at the end. That was after the 1999 season anniversary tomorrow, by the way. But the Packers beat the Cowboys 48-32, and it should have been 49. They missed an extra point. How could you love anything more about the weekend? Well, you could enjoy the night game. That's how you could, because the former St. Louis Rams, who lied and snaked their way out of town and ripped our city in the process, they lose a heartbreaker to the St. Louis Lions, 24-23. Not only is it the fact that the Rams lost to the Lions, but it's the fact that the Rams lost to Sam Laporta scoring a touchdown, to Jack Fox having a great punting night. The fact that the Rams lost to some people who are really dedicated to St. Louis makes it all the better for me. So I really hope that Jerry Jones and Stan Kroenke enjoy watching the rest of the playoffs in their giant stadiums with their giant big screens. They can watch from their luxury boxes and enjoy other teams continuing to participate in the playoffs.
And just be so angry. I mean, they're such great people, Randy. I don't know why
wonderful.
You could ever find anything to dislike about them.
I have no idea how you could... Yeah, how could you find a way to dislike those guys? Yeah.
Ben, do you have any empathy when it comes to elderly people in Texas who are pushed off their land?
Oh, well, there's a good point, Matthew.
I mean, if you want to go with a non-football one, because people always say, well, you're weird that you can't get over the Rams. Well, can't get over horrible people getting good things happening to them.
And you know what? It's not like Stan is the most popular guy in St. Louis, he's clearly not popular in St. Louis, but even in L.A., I mean...
I oftentimes get stopped in Los Angeles, and they'll go, "Are you that guy? You assholes, go back into St. Louis."
So that's, as he's walking around Beverly Hills, outside his Beverly Hills condo today, that might be what he hears. And one thing about Stan, Brooke, they have, like we have here in St. Louis, every major city has an unhoused problem, right?
Yes.
And they do in L.A. It's warm and nice.
Well, I told everyone in the room today that I have not been able to understand the emotion since 2002.
And that leads to?
Well, without getting into all the details of it, I mean, dealing with people with lower incomes wasn't something I particularly look forward to, frankly.
I feel like that's how he really feels. I feel like that's 100% how he really feels. Do Arsenal fans even like him? I haven't kept up with. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is there any fan base that truly likes him that he owns?
No, not at all. Not at all. I loved that weekend. That was fun. That was really good.
It was great. Poetic justice.
Yeah. Coming up, we've got 4 downs from this weekend in the NFL on 101 ESPN.
This is Rocky with your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. It was a busy weekend. Let's start off with the Blues, who lost to the Bruins in overtime. They did get 2 power play goals for the second game in a row. It's also their 4th time this season. For contrast, they scored 2 power play goals just 5 times the entirety of last season. Also over the weekend, a bad game for the Fighting Illini as they trip up in their Big Ten schedule, falling to Maryland 76-67. Maryland coming into that game unranked. The Illini were ranked number 10 before that contest. And in the Super Wildcard Weekend for the NFL, on Saturday was the Texans blowing out the Browns 45-14, and the Dolphins getting trounced by the Chiefs late night in the cold 26-7. And then on Sunday, you've heard a lot about it already. The Packers over the Cowboys 48-32, and the Lions just barely beating the Rams 24-23. That is your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff. Find your roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Time for 4 downs from the National Football League.
First down.
I am going with the Texans and the Browns. We got to talk about C.J. Stroud. So the Magic ran out for the Browns and Joe Flacco. A lot of credit for everything they were able to do this season, especially the amount of quarterbacks that they went through to get to Joe Flacco and literally pull him off of his couch and put him back out there. But yeah, the magic ran out, Randy. But the magical season continued for C.J. Stroud and company in that 45-14. Could you call that a thrashing?
Yeah, that's a big-time thrashing. Yeah,
another way to do that. At 22 years old, C.J. Stroud became the youngest quarterback to ever win an NFL playoff game, beating out Michael Vick, doing so by shredding the #1 ranked defense in the NFL, and he did it early in that game, Randy. If you watch that, the way that he was just able to just slice through that defense, you wouldn't think that that was the #1 ranked defense. And the Browns defense has been a big key of their success all season. He had 3 touchdown passes. We talked about how he's really elevated the play of these guys in Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, and Brevin Jordan, and a total of 260 yards to pull ahead 24-14 at halftime. That game was done early on for him and for the Texans. And if you were doubting C.J. Stroud and the Texans even throughout the season, and there was times where I'm like, well, surely the Texans aren't going to be able to pull this off. You can't doubt them anymore and what they've been able to pull off. As I told you earlier, I think they're legit, and I think they can beat anybody. I think that on the right day with the right weather, they're capable of beating anybody. And a lot of it has to do with those 2 high picks. When you take Stroud 2 and Will Anderson 3, man, they are something. And by the way, D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud, the first rookie quarterback combo duo ever to win a playoff game. Pretty good. It is. And now we'll wait.
Second down.
Yep. No problem. Here is second down.
Second down.
So let's take a look at this century for the Cowboys, shall we? 29-10 loss in the playoffs to the Panthers in 2003. 2006, a 21-20 loss to Seattle. You also had in 2007 a 21-17 loss to the New York Football Giants, who wound up winning the Super Bowl over the Patriots. 2009, that was a lot better. Oh, no, it wasn't. They lost 34-3 to the Vikings. Lost 26-21 to the Packers in 2014. They lost 34-31. That was to the Packers. That one was fun. That was in 2016. 2018, it's the Rams that knock them out 30-22. 23-17 was the final in 2021 as they lost to the Niners. Lost to the Niners last year. 19-12, and then 48-32 yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys, how about them Cowboys, have not won a playoff or have not been in an NFC championship game since the last time they were in a Super Bowl back after the 1995 season.
How about them Cowboys?
I love the fact that the Cowboys do this every single year. And you know what? Another trip around the sun every year for Jerry Jones. Father Time is undefeated. So this is a race. This is a race for Jerry. Can he win a Super Bowl? No. And Father Time. I think Father Time wins this one, Brooke. I think. But
that's why he created Jerry Jones AI, Randy.
Oh,
do you think that's why he actually created that?
Probably is, yeah. He's probably, AI probably celebrates a Super Bowl, probably try to be at a parade, but we'll know that the real Jera is 6 foot under.
This is like an old English folktale. Even for the crypt keeper, does the bell toll?
Yeah,
well, that's the question.
He kind of looks like he should already be in
I'm saying, if can the undead die is the question I'm asking.
Good question.
Just saying.
It's so bad.
Third down.
Thank you.
So mine for third down is going to be the Chiefs beating the Dolphins. Now, the real MVP, I believe, and you can't discount everything that Patrick Mahomes was able to do in that game. You saw where he literally broke his helmet, and I love his compete level. That's why it's hard for me to ever root against him, because he lays it all out there every single game. But to me, the real MVP of the season for the Chiefs is going to be their defense and everything that they were able to do.
But he's always going to be the MVP, though.
Oh, there you go. Okay. There you go. But we should have known with the Dolphins offense. Don't you remember, Randy, earlier in the season with the Dolphins, and they were such a high-powered offense where they were drawing comparisons to the greatest show on turf? We should have known then that they would always fall short of the greatest show on turf, because nobody could ever compare to what they were able to accomplish. Now, I know as of late, as I mentioned, they haven't been playing as well. We haven't seen as much of that. You still can't discount what the Chiefs defense has been able to do consistently all season to help Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs really get to this point. The Dolphins were held to just 264 yards. One play, if you saw, accounted for 20% of the Dolphins' total offense. It was that 53-yard touchdown pass to Tyreek Hill that you saw from Tua there. And just to draw a comparison, Patrick Mahomes threw for over 260 yards, just so that you could see kind of where the differences lie there. And the Chiefs held the Dolphins 1 of 12 on third down. They sacked Tua twice, hit him for another 5 times. He was also picked off in the first half. And the Chiefs have now allowed 20 or fewer points in 14 of their 18 games this season, which leads the league. So the Chiefs defense deserves a lot of credit. You mentioned Nick Bolton earlier. Him being back, I think, is a huge difference maker. But also L'Jarius Sneed, what he was able to do, how he was able to freeze Tyreek Hill throughout the game, I think that he deserves a lot of credit as well.
And Brooke, you made a great point about the third down conversions. And I think the Dolphins were either 0 for their first 7 or 8. But they never got a chance to sustain a drive. And that's one of the things that Spags defenses, even here, they usually did pretty well on third down over the course of a season. And for whatever reason, he dials up things that opposing quarterbacks haven't seen or aren't ready for. And I think that's what happened on Saturday night. That defense does show the opposition a lot of looks that they've never seen before. That's hard to do in the NFL.
It is.
But I'm sure that Tua was kind of, his head was spinning as he's looking at what's going on across the line of scrimmage from him.
Yeah, and then offensively, you do have to give credit to Rashee Rice continuing to emerge as that number one wide receiver for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he's going to be great.
4th down.
All right, yes. Do we all, 99% of us love the fact that the Rams lost? Yes. But let's look at this from a positive, okay? Let's look at the team that won the game. Highland Sam Laporta, 3 catches, 14 yards, had a touchdown. 3 catches on 3 targets, by the way. Jamison Williams, Cardinal Ritter, a couple of catches, big catches, by the way, for 19 yards. And the best punter in the National Football League, Jack Fox, punts 3 times, 49.3 average. All 3 inside the 20, including a big 61-yarder. I know a lot of Cardinal people are listening right now. I think just because of last night, doesn't matter what happens the rest of the playoffs, those 3, Laporta, Williams, Fox, need to be invited to throw out a first pitch, maybe all in unison at a Cardinal game.
Ooh, I like that idea, Randy.
They are, and by the way, they're all, they love St. Louis. They love coming home. So I think that'd be really fun to have them celebrated here in town for doing what they did last night in beating the franchise that hates us so much.
I like that idea a lot, Randy.
I like the idea of eliminating evil. Yeah, so Cardinals, it's Laporta, it's Jamison Williams, it's Jack Fox. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Make it happen. They will get a lot of cheers.
Those are 4 downs from the NFL here on 101 ESPN. Coming up, get your text into the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, 314-399-YO-HO. Take it or leave it is coming your way next on 101 ESPN. Hey, it is cold in St. Louis. If you aren't aware of the temperature right now, it is 2 degrees below zero. And if you have a 2-story home and during this weather you've noticed that the second floor isn't getting as hot as the first, you want to get in touch with my friends at Hoffman Brothers at HOFFMANN, HoffmanBros.com, because what this Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning dealer is going to do is come out and take a look to see what solutions are available to help better distribute heat to your second floor. And if you haven't done maintenance on your heating system yet, you need to, because you never know when an older furnace is going to stop working. And that's tragic. That's awful to have happen in weather like this. And you can still get in touch with Hoffman Brothers now. Make an appointment on their website, HoffmanBros.com, and make sure to get your furnace checked out for the rest of the winter. And it's not slowing down. We're going to be cold all the way through February and into March. When's the last time you changed a furnace filter? Probably time to do that. Here's your friendly reminder from Hoffman Brothers, your Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning dealer, HoffmanBros.com.
Take it or leave it.
Want to say something? Put it out there. If you like it, you can take it. If you don't, send it right back.
Get your text into 314-399-9646 and give us your take it or leave it.
Brought to you by Gloria Lou Realty. Visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com and start packing.
That's my final offer. Take it or leave it.
All right, get your text in, 314-399-9646, 314-399-YO-HO. Okay, Brooke, Matthew, I am going to give you what I believe will be the preponderance of the position players to play for the Cardinals in no particular batting order, but Nootbaar, Edman, Walker, Arenado, Wynn, Donovan, Goldie, and behind the plate, Wilson Contreras. And DHing, let's put Nolan Gorman in there. He's not going anywhere, it appears. Last year, the major league average for stolen bases by a team was 117. The Cardinals stole 101. Take it or leave it, the Cardinals have more stolen bases than the league average in 2024 as a team.
I'm going to take it.
I'm going to take it too. I think they're going to turn them loose.
They should. I was surprised that they didn't last season.
And with Mason Wynn being here all year, hopefully Edman is healthy. Jordan Walker, holy cow, he's an NFL tight end. He's 6'6" and 260 now.
He is 260.
But he can run. And then Lars can run. And Donovan, at times, can run. I think they're going to eclipse 117 stolen bases as a team. And it's amazing to think that the league average for a team last year was 117. Major League Baseball is talking that up like that's a huge thing. And it is. It's a good thing. Vince Coleman stole 110 in a season by himself.
Well, and you thought with the rule changes and everything happens, with the bag getting bigger, that the Cardinals would utilize that a little bit more because we've seen that they have the players capable to do that, but they didn't. And so I would hope that this season that they take more advantage of that because when we were talking about the Reds and how they had such a good season, they stole a lot of bases, I feel like.
They did. I think they were second in baseball. Let's see. Diamondbacks were first. Where were the Reds? Reds stole 190.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
They led all of baseball. They were number one. Arizona was number 2.
But I felt like that was another big reason why they had such a successful season.
Absolutely, you're right.
Take it or leave it. I don't know if you saw this weekend, but Jordan Hicks signing with the Giants for 4 years, $44 million. It's a great deal, but the most interesting aspect of the deal, Randy, is that according to Jeff Passan, he will be a starter. He'll be worked as a starter for the Giants. Take it or leave it. That has you a little bit worried that maybe the Giants have something with him or figured out something with him during this offseason?
Oh, yeah, I'm worried about that. I'll take that 100%. Bob Melvin is very creative. Farhan Zaidi, their president of baseball operations, is a creative guy. Now, Brian Price, they have a new pitching coach there. He's going to have to get the most out of Hicksy. But if you could get Hicksy to dial back and not have him try to throw every pitch 105 miles an hour, only throw 99, but have command, he can do it. The biggest problem with Hicks isn't the pitches, it's the pitch efficiency. You can't throw 100 pitches through 3 2/3. You're just never going to make it. So if they can get it so that he's keeping the ball in the strike zone with his stuff, he can be really good. And yes, I'm worried about that. And by the way, he will get a legit opportunity. They just traded for Robbie Ray, and he's not going to be back until the middle of the season. And then they have another starter that's out for the first couple of months. Is it Webb that's out? I'm not sure, but they've got one other that's out for a while. I think it's Logan Webb, but I can check for you here. I am really intrigued by Hicks as a starter there because of what they do with starting pitchers. I would feel better about him becoming a good starter there or with LA than here based on the Cardinals' history to get him to be efficient.
I was just really surprised to see that they were already kind of making, which I know that with the offseason program, he would have to start working and start training as a starter. But I was just really surprised that they were like, okay, we're going to let him work as a starter. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought, because the last time that we had seen him, it seemed like he was really set and really liked his role as a reliever.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to get that 44/4 as a relief pitcher. So money-wise, this worked out. Alex Cobb, by the way, is the other injured Giants starter who will be back. He had hip surgery, and he'll be back a couple months into the season. All right, Matthew, what do you got on the text line?
Take it or leave it. Steve Spagnuolo will get a head coaching job this year.
I am going to leave that, and I like Spags a lot. But the thing is, he is in a league where they want younger head coaches. I think he's 63 or 64 years old. Yeah,
I can't see that happening either. He does deserve a lot of credit, though, with the Chiefs' defense and what they've been able to do this season, but I just don't see it happening.
And here's another thing. This is, it was brought up on Sportsmanlike earlier. We aren't even hearing Mike Vrabel's name brought up in rumors.
Oh, yeah. I did see maybe, and I don't know if this is just people trying to attach him. Somebody brought him up also this weekend and a possibility for the Cowboys. I think that's people just spitballing of where he could possibly land. But I'm telling you, I thought for sure that the Patriots were going to hire him. It just made a lot of sense to me.
It did, but they already had their plan in place.
Yeah.
But Mike Vrabel's a really good coach, and somebody's going to miss out. By the way, Brian Flores is a really good coach. Somebody's going to miss out on him, too.
I honestly thought the Vrabel to Dallas stuff made a lot of sense.
What about Dan Quinn, though? If they
Dan Quinn makes sense, too.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's coached in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he has. With a MVP quarterback because he had Kyle Shanahan as the offense coordinator.
Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah, that was 28-3. I mean, he also coached in 28-3.
So. I'm just throwing it out there. Take it or leave it. After reading and hearing the comments from the weekend, Kyan Bloom is our next president and Flores is your next GM. When they part ways after Bloom would be announced. I don't know what that last part was. Just go with the first part.
I am going to leave that.
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, wait, let me read this comment
Bloom
again.
is the next president. Flores is the next GM.
Bloom is the next president, and Flores... No, I think I'm going to leave that as well.
I don't know what's going to happen over there.
No, because Gersh is also... Where does he land in this conversation?
He's in the mix, right.
Because he is in the mix.
Right. And the Cardinals do love to promote from within. I don't know what the status of Chaim Bloom is organizationally. I don't know if he's just a Mo guy right now or if Bill DeWitt told Mo to hire him. I don't know what sort of juice he has and what sort of plans they have. But I can tell you this. Since the DeWitt family took over, everything has been promote from within, right? Mm-hmm. All of their assistant general managers, until they hired Bloom, have been promote from within. All of their managers, most of their coaches have been promote from within. So that would be a big departure for the DeWitt family to not promote from within, although I guess they would be with Bloom, but to have somebody who hasn't been plying their trade with the Cardinals for a long time.
Well, that's why I like bringing in Bloom, because it is finally somebody with a different perspective from outside of the organization. So I like that hire is made. I do think, and that's something that we'll touch on with all the comments this weekend, because a lot of people are wondering, wait a minute, is Bloom going to kind of work his way into this situation and be the next GM? He has obviously had his fingerprints on some of these recent moves, especially with Andrew Kittredge. I think it's pretty easy to put those puzzle pieces together, that trade with Tyler O'Neill and the Red Sox. But I just feel like Randy Flores, I know that he's not out there as much, but you know, Randy, what he does and everything he does behind the scenes, I would make sure that he gets that promotion. Yeah,
Randy Flores is a brilliant guy, and I think it'd be horrible for the Cardinals to lose him. Here's one thing about Bloom, though, when you want to think about him being the Pobo when John Mozeliak retires, is that he, with all of those years in Tampa Bay, understands how you can win on a really tight budget. And the Cardinals don't have somebody with that background in their organization. So he, from their perspective, I think, probably is going to be a guy that they lean on. Because, let's be honest, they don't want to spend they can't spend to the Dodgers or Yankees level, so they need to find a way to spend more efficiently, and he in Tampa has that history.
And his expertise is pitching development, so that's another aspect where we keep putting ourselves in this position of having to go and buy pitchers. Of course, you're still going to have to do that, but if you have some internal growth within your organization, you always want to have a homegrown arm available.
But Greg Amsinger's point from Thursday, I think, when you bring in a guy who was the guy at a point, and then you start leaning on him for big decisions and big pieces of information, and then you have a John Mozeliak retire, it's kind of hard. I mean, when power leaves a vacuum, power fills the vacuum. And I don't know if a guy like Gersh or Flores kind of have that push that a guy like Chaim, who's been in that position, is going to have, especially, like you said, if they lean on him, that changes the perception, doesn't it?
And the question that I would have, and I don't know if we'll know the answer to it, who is leaning on him? Is it Mo or is it Mr. DeWitt?
That's a good question.
Is that it? Are we done?
One more. Take it or leave it. Gorman being untradeable will be as bad as Carlson being untradeable a few years back.
Ooh, that's Brooke. You had some info on Gormy yesterday, right?
Yeah, with Gorman. But Randy, here's the thing: they're all going to say that because Lars talked about it, Donovan talked about it.
Best shape of his life.
Best shape. Also, a lot of. But I do think if you want to look at something a little bit different, Gorman talked about how he also focused on his nutrition to help with his inflammation with his back. So that's always a positive. But all the players were talking a lot about how they have focused their off-season training on making sure they can play a full season. So that's what you want to hear from Gorman. I thought the nutrition aspect was really important because there are some foods that can be pretty inflammable to your body. So the fact that he's even looking at that as an avenue.
Some people like lettuce or are allergic to lettuce or chicken. I mean, it's amazing how many.
Oh, getting one of those food allergy tests?
Yeah, that's really important.
Yes.
Because it can reduce inflammation. No, I haven't.
You're afraid of what's going to come back.
I can.
And you won't. It wouldn't stop you anyways, I don't think.
I have a friend who's done it, and it's worked wonders. So,
really?
Yeah. I think, and Kerry was going to try it. CD was going to try it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I think it's a smart idea for Gormy to see if he can reduce inflammation through changing his diet, as long as he can still eat Reese's.
Training.
Oh, Brooke, I got to show you something.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. He's reaching. If you can't see it on the YouTube
I don't like when Randy disappears from frame.
Oh, you don't?
That worries me. No, whenever you disappear from frame, chicanery is happening. Something is afoot.
Is it? Literally.
Something is afoot.
What are you taking your shoe off?
What is he doing? Why is he taking his shoe off?
He has Reese's socks.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you.
Can you see
Are
him?
you
I'm going to take that one to the bank, I believe. Let me double check the camera.
There you go. Can you see him?
Yes, you can.
Randy, you're surprisingly flexible.
Oh, thanks.
If you go to the YouTube channel, you can see.
Also, I'll say it right now, great legs.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, so I needed you guys to see that. I'm wearing my Reese's socks today. So that's Nolan Gorman. I know you're listening because you always do. Appreciate that. But don't ever stop with the Reese's. Okay, the Reese's are.
I'm looking at the video right now.
Is the video good?
Yes.
Making a chuckle?
It's definitely a lot of your leg.
Oh, well, as long as you're seeing the Reese's.
You're welcome, America.
Coming up here on 101, that was quite a take it or leave it. Coming up, our biggest takeaways from this weekend's winter warm-up here on the opening drive on 101 ESPN. Hey, as we traverse the winter months and move towards the spring, you know we're going to have a ton of rain in St. Louis. We always do. And you know that you have to have gutters that actually work, that the gutter goes down the downspout. And with my friends at Gutter Pros, water goes where they tell it. If you need new gutters, go to gutterpros.com. And you might not know if you need new gutters, but let me tell you, if they're dented, if they're rusted, if water's coming over the middle, you need to have them looked at by Gutter Pros. And all you need to do to set up an appointment is go to gutterpros.com. And I love the people at Gutter Pros. Dave Sylvester is a really good guy. He's a St. Louis guy who loves the community. They've got a downtown facility, and they'll provide you with a free estimate within 50 miles of where their office is. And they know the area. They know where you live, and they're going to know what kind of gutters that your home needs. They really are impressive. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. They have a 4.9 out of 5 stars on their reviews. And at Gutter Pros, they care about you. So if you're in the market for new gutters or soffit or fascia or siding, go to gutterpros.com.
day's top stories. It's the Opening Drive's Fresh Take.
It really didn't affect us that much. Clearly we're cognizant of it. If there's potential to lose significant dollars, I mean, you guys all work for companies. When your companies start to lose money, what happens? You either downsize or sometimes you see a reduction in staff or something like that. But it's for us, we kind of went into this year knowing that we have to rebound. So we weren't going to look at ways to necessarily try to penalize anything on the operational side. And so, it hasn't had a real adverse effect on us, but it could down the road if we don't right this ship.
That's Cardinal President of Baseball Operations John Mozeliak talking about the Bally Sports Midwest situation and whether or not that did impact the Cardinals during the offseason. And it's a salient question. But to the Cardinals' point, number one, there weren't layoffs. They've still maintained on the business side the same level of employment that they've had here. And the Cardinals employ more than 400 people over at the ball, 400 full-time people over at the ballpark. And the other part of it is, Brooke, even though we might not be happy as individual fans with the Cardinals' expenditures, they have moved into the top 10 in payroll. They did add a $25 million a year performer in Sonny Gray. They added is Kyle Gibson at 12 and Lynn at 11? I believe that's the case. So they did add those players, and they still got some arbitration. Well, they've got one arbitration with Edman, but they added salary with the 5 people that they signed late last week and to avoid arbitration. So my issue has never been with the amount of money the Cardinals spend. And with the questions about Bally, I understand if they want to be cautious. My bother with the Cardinals over the course of the last 6 or 7 years is the efficiency with which they spend, the quality, the return on investment that they're getting. I'm not nearly as bothered by how much they spend as I am by what they get out of what they spend.
And that also goes with your coaching staff as well. I do think that it was good on the Cardinals. One, we talked about bringing in Bloom, an outside perspective of the organization, and then also to some additions to the coaching staff, because I don't know if a lot of people realize the Cardinals coaching staff, even throughout the entirety of the organization, was pretty thin. And so to be able to add that in, one of my big takeaways from this weekend, there was many, but were some of the comments with Sonny Gray about one of the things that impressed him about the Cardinals outside of everything he knew is that he sat down and had a conversation with John Mozeliak, and Mozeliak supposedly had a lot of questions for him, seemed genuinely interested. And Sonny Gray brought up, he went down the pitching department and the people were there, and he said, well, what about this? You have a guy for this and this? And he's like, no, tell me more about that. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that within weeks after that signing of Gray, that they made some internal promotions within the organization to have more of those pieces in place. I'm sure that that has something to do with what those conversations were with Gray. So I do think if you are looking for some of the pauses, which I know a lot of people don't want to hear, because you could also take that as a negative of, well, why didn't the Cardinals already have this stuff in place? What was it that Sonny Gray pointed out that the Cardinals didn't notice? But you could also look at it from the other perspective of, oh, okay, they're listening to what is needed and maybe what is needed for this organization that they didn't already have, or maybe some other pieces to add. And that's good that they aren't just saying, no, we're not doing that. We don't do that. That's not the Cardinals' way. They're at least being more open to that.
And they have... Obviously, last year the bench coach was Joe McEwing, and he was with the White Sox for a long time, even in some of their successful years. But that's another thing that Bloom brings to the table. And if you're willing to listen to a pitcher like Sonny Gray, who played for an organization that has won lately and does things differently than the Cardinals, but they've had a level of success, I don't think that it's ever a bad thing to listen to an outside voice. And John Mozeliak has had to be reflective because the Cardinals did have a 91-loss season that they hadn't had before. And he talked over the weekend about what he learned from that reflection.
There's probably a little bit of arrogance when you do something, as long as I've done it, and approaching it in that way is not helpful. Like, you have to have a little sense of humility on what can happen, and realizing that it's hard to keep everyone happy, but still trying to be true to how we make decisions and why we make decisions. Now, how have we decided to tinker a little bit on how we make decisions? Yes, because clearly what we did last year didn't work, and that's part of it. But on a personal level, it's understanding that mistakes do happen.
That had to be exceptionally difficult when you have that many, and I don't know if the demeanor is going to change, but when you have one doing it your way, as long as he did, I can totally see it. I can see it from my perspective in a radio. I've had a reasonably successful radio career. I get how you can become arrogant, but you have to be willing to listen, and you have to be willing to evolve. And I believe it probably took a 91-loss season for Mo to do that and to go out and be willing to hire a guy like Chaim Bloom and listen to him, to be willing to listen to a player like Sonny Gray, take advice from somebody from the outside. And if it took a 91-loss season to do it, so be it. But hopefully the Cardinals will be able to turn things around.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I totally understand, and I understand the frustration. The 91-loss season is inexcusable, and you want to see dramatic changes after that. I think that was a comment that was great by Mozeliak. Would I have liked to hear that a little bit sooner in the postseason press conference that we didn't have? Of course I would have. But you can't go back and change the past at this point, right? You can't go back and change the past.
I don't think ever. Not even at this point, never.
No. But you can make changes towards the future. Of course, the proof is going to be in the pudding this season of if some of those changes have been implemented and if they work out. But at the same time, I think him to acknowledge that arrogance is a step in the right direction. And going back to the Sonny Gray comments about that, I think that that's a good sign of that he's listening. Bring in Bloom shows that he's listening, and the Cardinals organization is listening, that we have to make some changes here so that we don't have another 91-loss season. We have to hold ourselves a little bit more accountable. And so some of those promotions that I was talking about where Sonny Gray said, do you have this guy and this guy? And it's easy to put those puzzle pieces together of the promotions that they had internally. You have Dean Kiefer, I believe is how you say his last name, used to be a pitcher for the Cardinals, and he joins the staff as an assistant pitching coach. So he will be working alongside Dusty. I didn't know if you wanted to say Dusty Springfield or not.
Dusty Springfield, yeah.
There you go.
Blake Ahern.
And then you have Daniel
Lively.
Daniel D.C. McLee. And he will be added as the Major League Coordinator of Technology and Systems.
Which you need these days. Yeah, you need an IT guy.
Yeah, you do. You always need an IT guy, especially if the iPad quits working.
Oh, that they got really big.
No, he's doing more than that. He's doing more than that.
What if you have a Brady-type personality that throws the iPad? Then you got... You got real
have a bunch of iPads.
Okay.
But I think that that's important because I'm sure Gray pointed out maybe some things that he's seen with other organizations that they had available for the pitchers, tools, resources, and the fact that the Cardinals went out and made sure to promote. I think that helps because you also see, too, with the comments about Ollie Marmol, we know that he's going into this final year of his contract. The comments with Ollie Marmol, I think that Mozeliak handled that well, too, of putting in perspective of they still have to wait and see how things go this year. But I think that you also see that they supplemented the staff by bringing in Descalso to kind of help Ollie Marmol this season. And I think that those are moves at least in the right direction, which I don't know, Randy, if that's what everybody wants to hear right now. But do you give them credit for some of the moves that they've made, not just with the pitching staff, but also the other moves within the coaching staff and the organization?
Yes, moves that I believe needed to be made. Somebody that had pitched at the major league level, and Kiefer hasn't pitched a ton, but at least the young pitchers can say, okay, he made it to the major league. And he has some ideas. I do give bringing in a guy like Descalso because you need people that can relate to young people now, and this is a really young group of players that they're bringing up. That is going to be as important as what you do strategically, is getting young players to perform over the course of 6 months. And different people having different ideas as to how to do it is a good thing. You can't be calling down to the bullpen, asking for a pitcher to get up and saying, no, it's not a safe situation, I'm not getting up. You just can't have that. So you need to be able to reach out and relate to players. And the more people you have that can, the better. We'll talk more about this and some of Mo's comments coming up at 8:45. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to figure out what proof in the pudding means.
That saying?
I love the term, but I just don't know what it means. So I'm looking it up on the Google machine.
What does it say on the Google machine?
It says it's actually the term is the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So it's how good is it? Well, you have to eat it to find out. Apparently, that's
yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so they've just shortened it up.
Can you also look up the saying? What is it with skin a cat or something like that? What is that saying?
Yeah,
there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, where does that saying come from?
That is.
I don't like that.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, catfish. Okay. It is moved well outside its original use, and to skin a cat is used to describe a gymnastic move by children on the playground. I don't know about that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, grammarist. More. Here it is. Yeah, it's just a simplification of catfish. There is more than one way to skin a catfish.
I always wondered when I would hear that saying, like, what happened, where that came from.
Yeah, really, you don't want to. That's kind of gross. That's a gateway to murder.
It is. Serial killers.
Yeah, big time. Big time. We're going to talk to Chris Kerber, the voice of your St. Louis Blues, here on 101 ESPN. Next on the opening drive.
Bitterly cold Monday morning, folks. Chris Kerber with you here, and I'm sitting in the car looking at the temperature. It says -6, and I got to remind myself that I'm not in Winnipeg. But listen, when it gets this cold outside, you want to make sure that your furnace is working. What do you need to do to make sure that? Well, don't wait for it to break down. What you do is you call the folks at Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926. They're locally based. It's a combination of a bunch of local companies. The guys and the men and the women coming in to fix your systems are your neighbors. You're going to get quality service. The values of the company are high. That's why you're hearing me talk about them. Alex Ferrario and his family have used them for years as well. And this is the company that you want. Now, if your furnace breaks, if your furnace shuts down, this is the company to call as well. They are going to come out and make sure that everything is up and running, and they are going to get there fast. They're going to get there in a hurry, and they're going to make sure that you get your house back nice and warm. They are St. Louis's #1 choice for HVAC. It's classicaircare.com, and listen to this review. In my experience being a homeowner for over 50 years, Frank at Classic Air Care is the best. Friendly, professional, and informative. He doesn't just care about your HVAC, he cares about you. Thank you, Frank. That came from Dave. Those are the values that you get when you bring Classic Air Care into your home to help take care of your home and your family. It's Classic Air Care, classicaircare.com.
Time for Curbside with the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Brought to you by Scott Lee Heating Company, a proud Mitsubishi Electric Elite contractor.
Blues and Flyers tonight, 7 o'clock over at Enterprise Center, 6 o'clock pregame, and Joe Vitale and Chris Kerber will have the call for you at 7 o'clock. Chris Kerber with us now, and before we get to the Blues and the Bruins on Saturday and the Blues and the Flyers tonight, Kerbs, how sad are you that both the Cowboys and the Rams lost yesterday?
Not sad at all. Pretty happy. Good Monday morning for a lot of people.
Yep.
It's been a great week. Bill Belichick is gone. The Cowboys lose. The Rams lose. I mean, I got to be honest with you. Like, this is fantastic.
It's about as good as it can be, isn't it?
Yeah. So, like, you know, I'm a Giants fan. Of course, I still follow the football Cardinals. I still absolutely love that logo from the time I was a kid. But I'll tell you, my father-in-law is a diehard Red Sox fan. So we got it, and a Boston fan. So we get a text message, my wife and I on this group text with my father-in-law. A couple days ago, we're about to play Boston, and it says, Blues play the Bruins tonight, good luck. And both Christy and I are just start railing on them. Yeah, you don't mean that. Like, when I took him to game 1 of the Stanley Cup final and said, you're not wearing Bruins gear, he still wore a Bruins shirt underneath his other shirt, right? And so we're giving it to him. He goes, what? I can root for both teams. We're like, no, you can't. Like, this is not how this works. Like, I'd have so much more respect for you if you sent me a text and said, blank the Blues today, because I would at least know that he's being true. Okay, so we're going back and forth on this, because now he's also, and you guys can understand this, that he's the kind of, and this is the thing about Boston sports fans that I've seen more than any others, all right? He's the kind of fan that I think would still rather see the Yankees lose more than he would rather see the Red Sox win. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Right? So this is where I've gotten with the NFL. Because they don't really have an affiliation with a team, and I am, I said fans of the Giants and a little bit of the Cardinals, right? I think I would still rather see teams like the Cowboys, the Patriots, and the Rams lose far more than I'd rather see any team win.
I'm with you. That's my emotional investment. I feel the exact same way.
Yep.
So good.
Yeah. I mean, it's just more fun just watching their fan bases just melt down.
Tremendous.
Curbs, you should have seen Randy this morning. He was giddy with joy. I mean, he was bouncing off the walls.
You've been there, Curbs. You know.
Listen, Oh, listen, I'm right there with you. I should have texted you, and said, "Good morning, Randy. What a great day it is." I mean, look at this. I just did that live read for Classic Air Care, and I mentioned on it that I feel like I'm in Winnipeg, and I do. But the difference is, like, the sun is out, right? And the sun has got to be out because of what happened in the NFL yesterday.
There you go. Well, of course, we have to talk to you too about the Blues falling to the Bruins 4-3 in overtime this past week, and some controversy on how the game ended, Kerb. So, what are your thoughts on the non-call, I would say, obvious tripping of Robert Thomas in overtime?
I think it was an egregious call, non-call. I think it was absolutely horrific that they missed it. And I've been chewing on this for the last, 36 hours or so. And I go to this, like Drew Bannister said the right things, what he had to say. The players did as well, and there were other aspects of the game. Yeah, I mean, you fell behind. You're making mistakes and you fell behind. And, leagues and players are, refs are going to make mistakes. You know what? Their job is to get it right. Their job, and from one night to the next, there's just a lot of inconsistency on what is called and how it's called and the timing of when it's called. To make the interference call on Oscar Sundqvist, which, if you go back and listen to the broadcast, we said on the air, yep, he tripped him. We don't know why he tripped him, right? That play doesn't make any sense at all for Oscar, okay? And Oscar said that in the postgame show, although Oscar did disagree with the call a little bit. We said on the air, well, you tripped him, and you can't do that. But to make that call, which was away from the puck, right, and then not make the tripping call in 3-on-3 overtime, which is right on the puck, makes absolutely no sense. And, I'm a firm believer that officiating actually does impact the game. How a referee calls a game dictates how aggressive players can be. Everything along those kind of lines. You miss a critical call, it can cost a team a game. You screw up a pass interference call in the NFL. Look at how recently we've seen crews say, "Well, they're not getting the playoffs. They're not officiating in the playoffs because they screwed up games." They impact the game. This idea that a bad call or a non-call doesn't impact a game, especially with as much as on the line every single game now in the NHL, I think is insane. So, I think it was an awful missed call. I'd like to know what happens the next time those two referees, do they text to Robert Thomas? Do they call him? Do they see him say, I screwed that up? Some do, some don't. But bottom line is their job is to get it right. And I think there needs to be another level, another standard of expectation and excellence coming from that side of things with the National Hockey League. And they work hard on it. One of the things they're trying to do, guys, is they're actually trying to bring in former players. They're going to players that are not likely to make the National Hockey League, but have experience playing and stuff. And so what we're seeing is some referees coming up that have had minor league careers, college careers. And I like that aspect of things. But one of the issues and the struggles that they're having is because they've had enough veteran referees retire or have to retire, I think some guys are coming into the league with far less experience than they need when they get here. And that's coming into play when you're playing in a league now where the parity is what it is and everything is so tight and you feel like the playoffs are on the line from game number one. Mm-hmm. And those two things are clashing a little bit. So, I don't know, that's kind of that's the thoughtful way of it and the emotional way of it, but I thought it was a brutal non-call.
All right, Kerbs, let's look bigger picture here from 5,000 feet. If somebody tells me before the Blues play the Panthers, Rangers, and Bruins that the Blues have 50% of the available points going into those games, I'm really happy about it. Now, would I have liked to have beaten Boston in overtime? Yes, but that's just 1 point. How do you feel about having 3 out of the 6 available points heading into tonight?
I think this has so far been a pretty doggone good run. And, yes, you'd like to get every point you can, but I'm with you, Randy. I think you have to look at where you are as a team, honestly, and the other teams that you're playing. And I think the Blues, frankly, going back to that first game against Dallas after Christmas, have done a pretty doggone good job against a lot of these top teams. The reason you feel the heat is because you didn't get enough wins against the other teams prior to that. And that when you're going into this kind of a gauntlet, if you had done the job against the other teams you should have done before that, you're probably going, hey, this is good. We survived it. And there's a big difference when you go, we survived this run versus we need more out of this run. And the Blues, unfortunately, are in a position where they say we need more out of this run. Talking to some of the guys, I believe there's a really strong belief system in this room. I think they feel that things are going in the right direction. And I have no doubt in my mind that somebody like Jordan Binnington is fueling that with his play. And I know that there's a strong belief that this team and these players think that they can claw their way into a playoff spot. And I get that sense again, which is good. So I think you got to be pretty satisfied with the way this has gone. Now, what is insane, Randy, is you played, 3 games over 500 under Drew Bannister since he took over, and you've lost ground.
Yeah, right.
And you're losing ground because the Edmonton Oilers have won 10 in a row. The Seattle Kraken have won 9 in a row. Teams are playing at 5, 6 games over 500, while you're playing at 3 games over 500 if you look at a pacing thing. But that's why we say, October and November are just so doggone critical months to setting up your season. And the Blues were in a pretty good spot at Thanksgiving. They were in a playoff spot, but some other teams have gone on some runs, and now the Blues have to find a way to go on a run themselves to keep pace.
Well, hopefully that'll continue tonight. The Flyers in town, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock face-off with Kerbs and Joey here on 101 ESPN. Chris, thanks so much for the time. We do appreciate it, and we will talk to you soon.
Happy Monday, Randy and Brooke.
Very happy indeed. We'll see you later, brother. Take care. That is the voice of the Blues here on 101 ESPN, the one, the only, Chris Kerber. Coming up next, we've got the fight. Do you need a fighter, Matthew?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I thought I lost the other day. I guess
No.
not. Okay.
Why would you ever think that, Randy?
I just didn't remember.
It's just too many.
These
right?
all blend together.
Just nameless faces. Did you just go through so many people? You never know, Randy.
You never know. So if you text into the text line 314-399-9646, 314-399 yo-ho with your name and the word fight, perhaps Matthew will pick you to fight me next on the opening drive.
Hey, everybody, are you tired of those usual daily fantasy games that you're playing? Well, thanks to Underdog Fantasy and their new game type Pick'em Champions, you can start having some fun with your sports. Make an entry in the Pick'em Champions. You just pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 teams. You select higher or lower on player stats. You make your entry in there, and then you're entered in with other underdogs. So for this weekend, heck, for tonight, you can even put down a bet. You go lower on Najee Harris, 61.5 rushing yards, higher on Josh Allen to hit a rushing touchdown, and higher on Dawson Knox. All he has to do is catch 2 passes, and just like that, you have 3 entries. You're getting 6x on your entry just like that, thanks to Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is super easy to play, and it's even easier to get started. You just go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com, sign up with the promo code ROCC-ROCK, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a special pick of higher than 0.5 total yards to use on your first pick'em entry. That's free money for tonight's game. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code ROCC-ROCK to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 doubled, plus your special pick. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. This is Rocky with your Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. A big NFL weekend with the Browns falling to the Texans 45-14. The other game on Saturday, the Dolphins losing to the Chiefs 26-7. And on Sunday, the Packers beat up on the Cowboys in their home stadium 48-32. And the Lions with a big win over the Rams in their first win since 1991 in the playoffs, 24-23. That is your Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the opening drive. Brooke Grimsley here alongside Randy Kerber and Matthew Rocchio, and it is time for the fight. Our fighter today is going to be Richard. Richard, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Trying to stay warm.
Trying to stay warm. I think everybody is at this moment. Are you excited to take on Randy? Is this your first time?
First time, yep.
All right. Let's see how this goes. You ready to start with question number 1?
Go for it.
Last night, Puka Nacua set another rookie receiving record, this time for yards in a playoff game. Which fellow NFC West wideout did he top? Was it DK Metcalf, Torrey Holt, or Anquan Boldin?
Let's go with Anquan Boldin.
All right, last time the Detroit Lions won a playoff game was in 1991 when they beat which team? Was it the Dallas Cowboys, the LA Rams, or the Washington Redskins?
Washington Redskins.
The 90s in basketball were very different. On this day in 1997, this future Bulls and NBA Hall of Famer kicked a cameraman during a game. Who was it? Was it Dennis Rodman, Tony Kukoc, or Michael Jordan?
Tony Kukoc.
All right, and last year, the top 2 players in rushing yards were Bama alumni. The previous time that happened was in 1990 when this Big 12 school boasted the top 2 rushers in the NFL. Was that Oklahoma State, Texas, or Texas A&M?
Oklahoma State.
All right, we'll double-check our score and bring in Randy Kerber.
All right, how are you feeling, Richard?
Not so good.
Not so good. Outside the cold, right? Because you were talking about how you were feeling cold too, but you're not feeling too great about the fight?
No. I needed some hockey in there.
Oh, yeah. You see, Rocc, he needed some hockey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That'll
do it.
So Randy got a hint.
That non-call on the penalty on the trip just put me out of a hockey mood over the weekend.
All right, Randy's
so here's
back
the question.
in here. Oh, yes.
As we start, I was just wondering about this because a lot of people have today off, Martin Luther King Day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you take a shower on Martin Luther King Day? Do you, like, if you have off, like we don't have off, but like I noticed nobody's in our office. Like, if you're at home, just laying in bed, do you even bother?
Do you even bother showering?
Okay, with your reaction, here's what I have to say. Okay, take a shower. Okay, get up and take a shower. That reaction just told me all I needed to hear.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I shower like once or twice a day, especially if I work out. Are you saying that you don't?
I have very bad dry skin and eczema, so I actually have a very every other day regiment when I shower because I have to, because else my skin gets super dried out and my scalp gets really bad too.
You need a humidifier.
Oh no, I have one of those. Trust me, it's I have a disease. My skin has a disease.
Okay.
Don't be defined by your moderate to severe plaque eczema.
Plaque psoriasis. Actually,
plaque psoriasis. That's what I got. I try not to be
it's
defined.
One of the two. I never remember. My dermatologist yells at me and then I walk out.
All right. Well, say hi to Richard, who just listened to that conversation.
Richard, good morning. Great to have you with us, and thank you very much for checking in to be on the fight. We appreciate it.
Good morning, Randy.
All right.
Good luck.
Ready, Randy?
Thank you. I'm ready.
Question number 1. Puka Nacua set another rookie receiving record, this time for yards in a playoff game. Which fellow NFC West wideout did he top?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was recent. I think it was a big game for DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks.
Really hitting every syllable, every letter in the name, huh? Yeah. Last time the Detroit Lions won a playoff game was in 1991, Randy. Who did they beat?
How about them Cowboys? It was Troy Aikman. That was his first playoff game. And Detroit beat the Cowboys down at the old Silverdome.
How about them Cowboys?
There we go. At the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. It beat the Cowboys.
Final answer?
Final answer. So here's the one thing about being old, guys. I remember being at my grandmother's house in 1970. So I turned 8 in 1970. So I would have been 7. Oh no, I'm older than that. Math is not helping me.
We are not a math show.
10 or 11?
No, that would have been right. I would have been. My math would have been right. So anyway, I think I was 7. The Cowboys played the Lions in a playoff game in Detroit. The Cowboys won 5-0. They had a field goal in the first half, and I think a safety in the fourth quarter. And the final score of a playoff game in the NFL was 5-0. Yeah, Dallas beat them, obviously.
Yikes.
All right.
Final answer.
Yeah, that was only their second playoff win since 1957. Final answer. Yeah, last night was. So good for the Lions.
Question number 3.
Okay.
The 90s in basketball was very different. On this day in 1997, this future Bulls and NBA Hall of Famer kicked a cameraman during a game. Who was it?
It would have been Dennis Rodman, who would not get booed, but the guy's widow does.
We were talking about that during the break.
So much.
That was awful.
Scumbags.
Not great.
Last year, Brandy, the top 2 players in rushing yards were Bama alumni. That was Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs. The previous time that happened was in 1990, when this Big 12 school boasted the top 2 rushers in the NFL.
1990, I am going to guess that you had Barry Sanders and Thurman Thomas. I'm going to guess that it was the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
So how about them Cowboys?
Not those Cowboys.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Another fight today. This time it's extremely cold. Did Randy need to thaw out, and did he in time to take down another fight win, 21 in a row? Or does Richard in his first fight opportunity? Also a very cold day for him. Does he come up with a big win to help heat him up? Ring that bell.
Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
The winner and still champion of the fight, Randy Carricker.
Just win, baby.
Why all those air horns?
It wasn't sounding at first. That's why. That's why he
pounding the button.
He stacked them all up. I'm sorry, Richard. Randy Carricker. He hit the jack today and he beat you 4-1.
Not surprised. Congratulations.
There it is, Richard. If it would have been hockey, he would have got you, Randy. Last night, Puka Nacua set another rookie receiving record, this time for yards in a playoff game. He had over 180. It was DK Metcalf, who had 160 back in his rookie year in the 2019 playoffs that previously held the record. I believe he broke a Randy Moss record. Last time the Detroit Lions won a playoff game, it was, in fact, over the Dallas Cowboys. They would go on then to lose to the Washington Redskins in the next round of the playoffs. 90s basketball, very different. And, of course, who else would it be than Dennis Rodman, who kicked a cameraman during a game between the legs and then settled for him for only $200,000 outside of court. You thought it was bad when Draymond was kicking players during games. He was kicking cameramen during games. Good Lord, the 90s were different. And last year, the top two players in rushing yards, Bama alumni and Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs. It was, in fact, in 1990. Not only was it Oklahoma State, but Randy Carricker called it. Barry Sanders led the league in rushing. Number 2 on the list was Thurman Thomas, just a year or two ahead of him for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. A 4-1 win for Randy Carricker in the fight today. Richard, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for entertaining me.
Thank you, Richard. I believe, this is my opinion, the two best single-season teams all around in the history of the league did not include the 85 Bears. I think the two best single-season teams in the history of the NFL are the 1991 Washington Redskins and the 1999 St. Louis Rams.
Yes.
So, and by the way, 1-2 in terms the teams that have the highest point differential in the history of the league, the two Super Bowl champs with the highest point differential are those two, the Redskins and the Rams. The overall highest point differential ever was the 2007 Patriots, but we know what happened to them.
I was going to say this right now. From 1990 to 2022, I cannot believe Oklahoma or like Miami didn't have two running backs go 1-2 in the NFL. It's shocking.
Pretty amazing when you think about it. No doubt about it. That's Matthew. That's Brooke. And I'm Randy. Thanks for joining us for the fight. Coming up, more on the Cardinals and the reaction from them at the Winter Warmup. We've got some interesting reaction this weekend. Good emotions from the Cardinals here, and we'll hear them here on 101 ESPN. Hey, if you are thinking about selling your home, there's only one person to call, and that's Gloria Liu from Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. She does a magnificent job of getting homes on the market and then getting them off the market in the quickest amount of time and for the most money. And there's a great reason that she does it so well, because her name says it all. Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. She's mastered the home selling promise by guaranteeing upfront and in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or she'll buy it herself, guaranteed. Does your agent even compare. Gloria has solutions for every type of home seller. For sellers who want a fast sale with no hassles, Gloria's multiple cash offer program is a great option to consider. No showings, no costly repairs, and you pick the closing date. You always get the highest cash offer to choose from in minutes with Gloria Lou. Her number is 314-325-6888, 314-325-6888, or you can find her on the web at GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Gloria Lou, the best in town, GloriaHasTheBuyers.com.
I would imagine that's going to stay pretty true. I mean, I don't want to sit up here today on January 13th and retire, but I think having a succession plan and uncoupling some of the things that I've been involved in at such a high level, I think I'm starting my 17th season in the seat, so it's probably, reasonably to think that having a different voice at some point would make a lot of sense, and so as I think about where the organization is and where we need to go, Bill and I have had a lot of discussions on what we want to see that look like. And so, a lot of people are sort of jumping to conclusions with the Heim hire, but I would say that at the very least, it strengthens our bench, at the very least. And where it leads to, we will see. But
that is the Cardinals' Pobo, John Mozeliak, over the course of the weekend. And Brooke, it's interesting that the Blues, by the way, did this when Doug Armstrong was promoted to be their general manager upon the retirement of Larry Plow. I would have to think that the Cardinals will put a succession plan in place, that there will be Pobo in waiting if indeed John Mozeliak sticks to this time frame of retiring after the 2025 season.
There will be, and I think him acknowledging that's been the plan. That's been the formula, right? Now, who will it be is the question, because you do have Michael Gersh. We saw him a little bit at the beginning of last season, and then we didn't see him as much towards the end there. But I always thought that was the plan, was for Michael Gersh to step into that role. But Randy Flores is somebody that I think is a huge asset for the organization, and somebody I wouldn't want to leave. If the Cardinals don't give him that role, then would he leave the organization, you think? Because other organizations want Randy Flores.
Absolutely. And he would be doing a different thing, obviously, as the Pobo, but he and his staff have great talent evaluation ability. Last night, I talked to the Cardinals minor league pitcher of the year. His name is Max Radjic, and their young Gold Glove winning outfielder, Victor Scott II, who expects to be up here this year. Those guys in the 2022 draft were the Cardinals' 5th and 6th round draft choices. Mm-hmm. They were drafted by the Cardinals during the All-Star break in 2022. In 2023, they're the pitcher of the year in the organization and a Gold Glove winner that expects to be here in 2024. And time and again, we're seeing Cardinal players come up that have been drafted by the Randy Flores staff. I'm going to give everybody credit here. Randy obviously is in charge of that. But I would think that the talent evaluation ability, the ability to evaluate young players, would be really appealing to the Cardinals. Wouldn't you think that in this day and age in baseball, when the Cardinals aren't going to be signing people to $700 or $500 million contracts, they'd want to have as many good young, i.e. inexpensive players as possible?
Yes, and that's what you're looking for. I think that's a big reason why Bloom was brought in, because the fact that he was basically able to make the Rays Way handbook, but his expertise was in developing pitching. We know that the Rays have a great job. They do a great job of doing that, of developing young pitching. And if you're going to spend a certain amount, of course, we would love for the Cardinals, being unrealistic, to spend like the Dodgers are spending this offseason, but nobody else is spending like how the Dodgers are. radar.
No.
And the Cardinals actually have made quite a bit more moves than other teams have, I think, because of the RSN deal and how that's panning out and all the questions surrounding it. Look at the Rangers.
Right. Yeah, they should have signed to Jordan Montgomery by now, right?
Yeah.
Or at least they should have signed a pitcher because they aren't going to have Scherzer and they aren't going to have DeGrom. So you'll wind up with a group minus Jordan Montgomery. You'll have Valdi, who is not a big innings eater. And then you'll have people like Dane Dunning, and you'll have kind of the same staff that you had last year. Back to the Cardinals. I think that we have a tendency here to underestimate how big of a loss they suffered when Brendan Donovan got hurt.
Yes, I think Brendan Donovan is somebody that you could point to just even looking numbers-wise. In the second half of the season, when he got injured and he was out, the numbers really dropped off offensively for the Cardinals. But he's also a key voice and leader in that room. And one of my big takeaways from this weekend is Brendan Donovan, he didn't go, and I want to make this very clear, he didn't go out in front of all the media members and say, yes, I'm a leader. I'm the leader of this group. I'm leading the charge of, they have this group text that's going on. It was more of the other players talking about Brendan Donovan. Jordan Walker talked about how Brendan Donovan was basically like another hitting coach for him, about how blunt he is. All the players really talked about. Lars Newbar talked about Brendan Donovan and his leadership capabilities. And he's the type of player where he walks the walk and talks the talk. And that's something that I think a lot of people gravitate to. And that's something that you need. They brought in a lot of this veteran presence. And so I thought it was really interesting, too, what Donovan said about just the mindset that the team and he has as a leader for the team going to this season.
Yeah, you got a very motivated, hungry team to win. We've got some great acquisitions this offseason. We have some very good key pieces, and you will see a different product out there this year.
That's cool to hear, and especially from a young guy, but a guy that has and commands respect, doesn't demand, commands respect within that clubhouse because of the way he performs. He gives his all, and we mentioned the last time the Cardinals had him last year was July 29th, but he had gotten his on base up to 365. His OPS was at 787, and he had been better. He had a rough start to the season like everybody else did, but he had really come along. And when you look at the Cardinals falling off at the end of the season in terms of scoring runs, not having him for the last 2 months played a big role.
Well, and also having that leadership presence, I think, is something that was very apparent that the Cardinals were lacking, because also this weekend, Mozeliak and the other players talked about not having Yadi around. Obviously, he's coming back into the picture, which is another huge asset for the Cardinals. But then also with these acquisitions they made pitching-wise, they're bringing a lot of that veteran presence into the clubhouse that you could tell was lacking last season, of just a clear voice that could lead that group. I think Donovan, on top of those veteran players, is somebody who is a voice of reason and somebody who will really push these guys because they said it themselves.
Yeah, so spring training starts in a month, so they can have a chance to.
I'm so excited.
I'm ready for it. So that's your Redbirds coming up. It is a gleeful day for football fans in St. Louis. And we've got the Rush Hour Reset coming up next on 101 ESPN. Hey, maybe you're in the market for a new vehicle. Maybe you just want a new vehicle, or perhaps there's a situation where you need a new vehicle and you're saying, I just can't walk into a dealership, not with my credit. I've had a couple of missteps and they just aren't going to give me a loan. Well, that's one of the reasons that you need to go to autoloanpro.com, because the Auto Loan Pro is going to help you out. They understand that life can put people in bad circumstances, and instead of just selling you a car, the Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get your life and your credit back on track. Not only can you just get a loan if you need it from autoloanpro.com, but they also have ways to get you vehicles. If you go to their website, check out some of the vehicles they have at autoloanpro.com, and you'll be able to take care of yourself and have that vehicle so that you can get to work and have some reliability so that you can get around. The Auto Loan Pro is going to work with over 50 lenders to help get you the very best financing that's available for you. And that's going to make all the difference in the world, because you're going to get a better interest rate, and that means you're going to get a lower payment. If you're financing a vehicle, there's only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro at autoloanpro.com.
Stories of the day on the opening drive with a Rush Hour Reset.
That is so good.
Oh, people are so good. That's from the Philly Talk podcast on Twitter. So just go to Twitter and you
Beautiful
can listen
pipes.
to the whole song.
That was really
It's
good.
fantastic. It's a great song. Oh, by the way, the Cowboys lost to, well, let's give the Packers some credit. Okay, the Packers rolled the Cowboys yesterday. It was 48-16 at one point. The final was 48-32, 27-0 at one point as well. And Dak Prescott helping the Packers out a little bit.
Catch on 4 targets. Second and 2 here, though. Here's Prescott. The middle, it's going to be picked off, and no one in front of him. Darnell Savage. Touchdown.
Oh, Kevin Burkhardt, the call on Fox.
You're so excited
It's
right
awesome.
now.
It is
You're
so great. I'm such a
excited.
Packers fan.
Brooke, they were so... They were at home. Their record's so good at home. It's finally our year.
One of the things, you were talking last week about parabolic microphones, right? And how
Yes.
they pick up everything. One of the things we hear is, Dak say, here we go! And then he doesn't say, we don't get to hear the part, to Cancun!
Oh, no. Randy, that's so bad.
Think of all that concessions money that Jerry was going to make with all those home playoff games.
Oh, yeah. Not only
Oh,
for,
he'll never know.
Not only for his
maybe one
Cowboys.
day AI Jerry Jones can experience that, but
Yeah.
I don't know if in his lifetime. Yeah. Do you think that he realizes? Do you think that he has any inkling that maybe the common denominator of what we've seen with the Cowboys might have something to do with Jerry Jones and his control issues? Which I know that he's not Dak out there. He's not the one that's executing out there. But I think that that's always been the big story, because now you wonder, is Mike McCarthy going to make it? Are they going to make some changes there? And when will it be enough? And when will he recognize
Well,
maybe?
see, there's the thing, Brooke. He enables people He kept Jason Garrett around for 10 years, and Jason Garrett was okay, not great, okay, got him to the playoffs, had some 8-8 seasons. And Jerry then says, yeah, he'll be back next year. Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy, good coach, not great coach, head coach. Doesn't have a great staff aside from Dan Quinn. They switch out Kellen Moore. We know Brian Schottenheimer. We had him here. So is there a demand and an impatience for excellence with the Cowboys? I don't think so. I think there's a demand for pretty good, but I don't think there's a demand for excellence, and that's why Dak Prescott's throwing interceptions that lead to 14 points as you fall behind 27-0 to the Packers at home after you'd won 16 in a row regular season games.
I think Jerry Jones expects excellence, though, and gets frustrated when it doesn't work out in the manner that he thinks it should.
I think he expects it, but he has no idea how to get it. I think that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The Rooney family, as Coach Tomlin says, the standard is the standard. Seems like the standard in Dallas is, okay, we'll win 12 games, go to the playoffs, but once we get to the playoffs, we really don't have any clue. Now, one team that clearly has had a clue over the last few years is the LA Rams. They won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Then they go 5-12 last year, and this year they bounce back, and it was amazing to look on Fox and on ESPN and on NFL Network. Everybody was picking the Rams to go into Detroit and win. And I have to believe that Dan Campbell probably made his players aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happens? Jared Goff, the former Ram quarterback, goes off a little bit, has a really good game. And our guy, Sam Laporta, is a key as he scores a touchdown. Goff, 22 of 27, 277, a touchdown, no picks, and the Lions eke out a 24-23 win over the LA Rams. Let's go Lions. St. Louis Lions.
I like the Lions a lot. One, because you mentioned the St. Louis connections, but I think a lot of people were rooting for the Lions last night because of the Rams and that whole situation, as we know here.
I might be one of those.
I think you were one of those, Randy. But then also the St. Louis connections. But I just like the Lions in general. The fact that this is the first time they were able to accomplish this in over 30 years, I think says a lot about what Dan Campbell has been able to do with this team, with this organization, the way he's able to turn things around. I also I know that you were at the writers' dinner, and so you didn't hear this, but they had a little tidbit during the broadcast where they said apparently his wife has revealed that he's a perfectionist about everything, even when it comes to making brownies. And so that was Dan Campbell's wife.
Oh, he's a perfectionist about making brownies. Okay.
Even about brownies. Like, that's how big of a perfectionist that
he is.
More
than ever.
You can see why players really elevate around him, because he brings out the most. And then the storyline between the whole quarterback situation with Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford, I just like that Jared Goff was able to come out. This has been a great season for him. And then all the young talent around him, too. Right. The fact that they've been able to do this, it shows that they'll have success this season, which they have had. They've accomplished that, but they're going to be able to continue to build off of it.
And I wonder if what they did in the game that was stolen from the Lions, if that was something that Matt LaFleur took away and said, okay, here's how we can beat Dallas. Because Dallas had been averaging 40 points a game at home. And then all of a sudden they're held to 20 or whatever it was, 21 by Detroit. And the Packers come in and do a lot of the same things that the Lions did to win the game. I wonder if maybe Dan Campbell outcoached McCarthy, and then McCarthy didn't change anything, and LaFleur did the same, and their staff did the same thing. Joe Barry, their defensive coordinator.
You've been able to see that this season. Dan Campbell is very creative to the point where he even confused some refs.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And there's action this afternoon, 3:30 St. Louis time on Channel 4. You've got the Bills and the Steelers, and you were looking at the Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, and they still have some snow issues there, Brooke?
They do. I just saw a tweet where they are still shoveling snow this morning. Maybe a retractable roof wouldn't be a bad idea for the Bills, because, I mean, they get a lot of snow. So apparently they're still shoveling away, trying to get the snow out.
And then no concerns tonight in Tampa, where the Eagles will play the Bucks. And I don't know why people are still picking Philadelphia. I've kind of given up on the Eagles.
Well,
although, is Baker Mayfield playing? I think he was questionable.
He's still questionable.
But A.J. Brown is out.
Yeah, he is questionable. What are you laughing about?
What world am I living in that we're double checking if as long as the Bucks have Baker Mayfield, they have a shot.
I know.
What world are we living in?
But I thought he was going to be fine, but then reports came out this weekend that he's questionable for this game. A.J. Brown is out. for the Eagles. But the Eagles' defense has been just the biggest collapse this season in the NFL.
It's been abysmal. And I hope it doesn't cost Nick Sirianni his job. But
I think it might.
I think it might too. And
because he's the one who made the defensive change. He's the one that demoted Sean Desai and then promoted Matt Patricia.
Yeah, but the thing to do, I mean, promoting Desai when Jonathan Gannon left was the logical move. It just didn't work out.
Yes.
And then you promote Patricia. I think it was more of a panic move than anything
I'm just
else.
trying to get something different going.
Right. So I think what Sirianni needs to do is probably just clean out that staff and get a new defensive staff in there.
And by the way, too, this came out earlier today. Adam Schefter just tweeting this out 2 hours ago. Jim Harbaugh is meeting later today with the Chargers.
I asked you, how long do you think it'll be before he's named the coach?
I said, can they do it today? Because I feel like they could just do it today. Say, all right.
And you talk about screwing somebody over. Okay, Michigan just won a championship, but who is Michigan going to hire as their new coach? Do they just promote Sharon Moore, their offensive coordinator, and try to keep the same staff in place? Because now people like Kalen DeBoer and if you haven't seen Washington hired Jed Fish, all those people are taking all the good assistants.
They are. They are.
So it's hard to build a staff now if you're Michigan. Although I guess you can just, a la Brian Kelly, steal somebody from another school.
Oh.
That works.
Yeah.
I, for one, am shocked that a college coach would leave a school when there's implications and punishments coming down the pipe after just winning a championship.
They don't care though. That at Michigan they've offered him $125 million.
Yeah, that's not even a factor.
He
but
doesn't
for
want
him,
to deal with it.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah.
Why would I deal with it? Why would I deal with Michigan having reduced anything or any kind of things holding my program back when I can just F off to the NFL and make a bunch of money?
And the other part of it is, Matthew, that as he said, after winning the championship, now he can sit at the table with his dad and his brother. Well, if he wins a Super Bowl, now he's at the head of the table with his dad and his brother.
I was going to say, can he? I mean, 'cause here's my thing. Super Bowl, national championship.
Championships, though, just football championships. I mean, Jack Harbaugh didn't win a Super Bowl.
He's got to pull. If he has the Super Bowl, then it's brothers bragging rights is everything. I played in the NFL. You didn't. I won in the NFL. So did you. But I won more. Like, just keep racking up the wins.
How do you like Bizarro World? How about this one? Never happened. But how about Jim going to the Chargers and Michigan hiring John after the Ravens season is over?
Is somewhere in an alternate universe that's happening.
Wouldn't that be fun?
I don't know. I don't know if it'd be fun. It'd be weird. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, here's an idea for Michigan head coach if they don't want to promote Sharon Moore is Mike McDonald, who's a hot prospect for NFL head coaching jobs. He was the defensive coordinator at Michigan. Now he's the Ravens defensive coordinator under John.
Yeah.
He might want to prefer the NFL. I don't know. But if you're Michigan, there will be people that have the Michigan pedigree that are Michigan men that you can hire. Okay, that's enough for the Rush Hour Reset here on 101 ESPN. Coming up, the Blues finish their toughest homestand of the year tonight. Now, the big question is, how do the Blues do after this? That's next on 101 ESPN. It is so fun to go to the Fenton Bar and Grill to watch games, whether you have the Blues and the Flyers tonight or you want to watch playoff action this afternoon. They'll have the Buffalo Bills taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's 3:30. If you stop by the Fenton Bar and Grill on Rudder Road in Fenton, you're going to have a great time because they have great food. As a matter of fact, their lunch special on Mondays is their delicious meatloaf. And for weather like this, you want comfort food? Is it absolutely delicious? You're going to have a great staff that's going to treat you really well. Megan is there. She's a sweetheart. Kelly, Colleen, Ashley on Wednesday. Alicia will be back. And you'll just have a great time at the Fenton Bar and Grill. Watch both football games today. Watch the hockey game. Have a great lunch. Enjoy their 6 different appetizers for $6 each during the happy hour. And I'll tell you what, you're just going to have a great time. I always do when I stop by the Fenton Bar and Grill, and I hope you will too. You can learn more and check out their menu and their specials at FentonBarandGrill.com. You can follow them on Facebook. And when you stop by, tell them Randy sent you.
Thomas trying to send it ahead. Eventually gets tripped up, and the Bruins come in 2-on-1 on Parayko. McAvoy to the middle, shoots and scores. Boston gets the overtime goal, wins the game 4-3. Blues will take a quick look at it.
Well, Thomas is fired up because of a penalty, and he didn't get the call. There's nothing you can do about it now. He's yelling at the referee. He is absolutely furious with Michael Markovic.
Well, he should be. He got tripped. Wouldn't you be mad?
I would be very mad. And that's why when we were talking to Chris Kerber about it earlier, I said, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, that it was obvious that that was a missed call. And the other hard part of this is that they can't really speak about it. The players and Bannister can't really speak about it, right?
They can, but they'll get fined.
Exactly. So it's like the NFL. You can't exactly speak out against the refs in that situation. I hope that ref eventually addressed it with Robert Thomas, because that was a pretty egregious non-call there.
Yeah, it was blasphemous.
Oh.
Egregious.
Egregious. Blasphemous. What's another one? Quick. What's another one we could say?
Preposterous.
Yeah. Ooh, that's another good one.
Thank you. So that may have cost the Blues a point. Right now, the Blues have 44 points. They're 3 points out of the second wild card spot. And as Curbs mentioned to us, Edmonton has won 10 in a row. The Kraken have won 9 in a row. And the Blues are dealing with the toughest part of their schedule. That's the one saving grace, Brooke, that I'm taking out of this. Edmonton's 10 in a row. New Jersey, okay. Now, they did beat the Rangers like the Blues did. They were part of that losing streak. But then they've beaten San Jose. They've beaten the Kings. They've beaten Anaheim. They beat Philadelphia. They've beaten Ottawa, who the Blues didn't take advantage of playing. They beat Chicago, who the Blues didn't. This was coaching change. Blues didn't take advantage of their Chicago chance. They didn't take advantage of their Detroit chance, and the Oilers also have beaten Montreal. So the Oilers are taking advantage of some parts of their schedule that the Blues weren't able to take advantage of. Now, coming up, though, the Oilers have Toronto. They're great. Seattle has won 9 in a row. They have to go to Calgary. And then it softens up for them again. So Edmonton could be a real threat, not only for the wild card, but in their division. And then you look at Seattle, and I don't know how Seattle does it. I really don't.
Yeah.
They play a really good team game, because I don't think that they're an exceptionally talented team.
No.
But they've won 9 in a row, and I give them credit.
Yeah, and you want to see the Blues kind of get on that stretch. I think that's what we're all waiting for a full buy-in of a turnaround for the season, right? Is that you want to see the Blues go on a strong stretch like that, a strong winning streak. But aside from that, if you would have told me during these 5 games that they would get 7 out of 10 possible points, I would say that that's a huge positive, especially against the teams that they played against. As you mentioned, I mean, Vancouver, Carolina, Boston, the Rangers. I think that is a big takeaway of at least some positive changes. It feels like you want to just see more of that, a stronger stretch from the Blues.
Yeah, and they played the best teams in the league really tough. And now the schedule for them will soften up, but they can't play to the level of their competition,
Yes.
right? They played up during these games. They can't play down as the schedule softens up for them a little bit. And after this game, they've got Washington. They've been one of the worst teams in the league. They've got Washington on a home and home a couple of times. You go to Calgary, you go back to Vancouver where they're tough. But the Blues need to take advantage of these opportunities because it's going to be pulling teeth to the end of the season. They're not going, I don't think the Blues will go on a roll so that they'll have a playoff spot wrapped up heading into the final week of the season. I just don't see that happening.
No. But I guess another positive of playing up to their competition, or the bad part of playing down in their competition, if you're playing up to your competition and you are able to make it into the playoffs and get that wild card position, then you would hope that you would be able to, since they've shown some resilience, especially under Drew Bannister now, that they would be able to pull through those games.
And, Brooke, the one X factor in all of this that those other teams that are in the hunt, and if you look at right now the wild card race in the Western Conference, you've got Nashville leading the way, you've got Edmonton second, you've got Seattle third, you've got Calgary fourth, and then the Blues, and then also in the hunt Arizona. The one guy that is the X factor in all of this that no other team has is a goalie like Jordan Binnington.
That's the biggest thing. The way that Jordan Binnington has been competing here, especially as of late, this has been a good season for him. But in general, after the holiday break, it feels like we're getting back to the Jordan Binnington that you were expecting all season long from him. He is so strong. He is the difference maker for them, and that's what you need. That's the difference right there, is to have your goalie be a difference maker for you.
And you might be driving along saying, Randy and Brooke, come on, he hasn't been that good. Well, tell me another one of the goalies on those other teams that has carried their team to a Stanley Cup at some point. It hasn't happened. And that's why he's an X factor, because you know that he's capable of putting a team on his shoulders and carrying it to a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, 100%. And if we're also looking for another positive, is the power play at least getting incrementally better.
The power play is coming along. Are you excited?
I don't know if I could be fully excited yet, Randy, but they do have 4 power play goals in their last 2 games. That's better than what we had seen prior. So maybe this is some of the changes that they've made, because there's not much that they could do, but I do like some of the changes that they have made that maybe have at least sparked. But the biggest thing is, a spark is nice, but can it be a little bit more of a lasting flame for them?
The talent certainly is there, and we wondered where this was. Maybe it's as simple as Brad Richards being hired as a consultant. Maybe it's just another stroke of genius by Army.
I was just about to ask, is there an aggravating part that the solve seems to have been more consistent net front presence, and
that is the solve, yes.
And then changing up the defenders on the power play, or just changing up the form. Like, it just, sometimes we talk about how confusing sports is, and as fans we throw out all these ideas and we're never going to be correct, and then something like this happens, you're just like, well, it's kind of what we've been yelling about for the last year, and then it works. It's a little aggravating in a way. Like, you couldn't have figured this one out a little quicker?
There had to have been more of a reason why they didn't incorporate Colm a little bit sooner. And I know that that's been a topic of discussion of why he wasn't being more involved. And maybe they thought minutes-wise, something that it would take away from another aspect of his game. But it just makes a lot of sense.
I think we have to be more judicious in when we make these recommendations on the show, because sometimes people are driving down to the rink at a time where they might not hear it. So we have to know exactly what time to make our recommendations so that they hear them and implement them.
I don't think it's a coincidence that you were definitely talking about adding Colm Parayko quite a bit, and then sure enough,
bing, bang,
there
boom.
he is.
Yep.
You need a little bit of credit. We need to get you kind of an assistant job there.
I'm good with this. Drew, Banny, you're welcome.
Even more so than the defenseman stuff, the net front presence stuff is wild, because I feel like we've been talking about that on and off for the Blues since like 2015. And Jake Neighbors was doing it early in the season, and then he kind of just stopped. And then you see him start doing it more. You get Sonny in front of the net for that one big goal on the power play. It seems so obvious, and I'm just wondering what was the holdup.
That's why I like Jake Neighbors. He's not afraid to do that.
Why is Keith Tkachuk going into the Blues Hall of Fame on Friday night? Right? How do you get 500 goals in the NHL?
Net front presence.
Your net front presence, exactly. So a lot more than that, but obviously
that helps.
That helps a lot.
Yeah.
He knew how to do it. Coming up here on 101 ESPN, we're going to talk a little bit about the NFL's Spider-Man meme. It's coming your way on 101 ESPN. Hey, there is a great place that I've learned about where you should use their ability to help you make money. It's Together Credit Union. And if you're looking for a safe investment option, Together Credit Union's CD rate and term options are fantastic, and you can watch your money grow. Now, a certificate of deposit, a CD, is safe and virtually no risk, and it can boost the amount of interest you earn over a specific amount or term. And right now, Together Credit Union is offering a competitive 9-month certificate of deposit with an APY of 5.00%. Required minimum balance of $1,000. You can go to the Together Credit Union near you and set up an account today, or you can just go to togethercu.org for details. That's right. It's an organization. You can become a member, and you can join thousands of other St. Louisans in watching your money grow with Together Credit Union. Again, the website, togethercu.org, and ask about their 9-month certificate of deposit with that APY of a guaranteed 5%. You can make money on your money. Start growing your savings with Together Credit Union today.
This is Rocky with your Sports Center update, brought to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues over the weekend facing off against the Boston Bruins, and it was a rough one, and they lost in overtime thanks to a missed call on Robert Thomas. Though some bright spots, 2 power play goals for the Blues for the second game in a row. Also over the weekend, a lot of NFL action. Texans over the Browns 45-14. Chiefs over the Dolphins 26-7. Packers beat up on the Cowboys 48-32, and the Lions just slipped by the Rams 24-23. Coming up today, 2 more games in the NFL. 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, it's the Steelers and the Bills after that game was moved due to weather problems. And then tonight, it's still Eagles at Buccaneers. That is your Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff. Find your roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Take it to him here. Love, back foot, has a man wide open. It's going to be caught by Musgrave. Racing towards the end zone. He is in. Touchdown, Green Bay.
Jordan Love making his very first NFL postseason start yesterday, and he was fantastic. And in his very first postseason start, C.J. Stroud of the Houston Texans was fantastic. Brooke, this is absolutely remarkable when you look at the stat lines of these 2 players. And you sent this to us last night. Why don't you share this with the... Do you have it right in front of you? I've got it here.
You have it right in front of you right now. It's okay. You can go ahead and share it.
C.J. Stroud was 16 of 21 on Saturday. On Sunday, Jordan Love was 16 of 21. C.J. Stroud passed for 274 yards on Saturday. Jordan Love passed for 272 on Sunday. Jordan Love passed for 3 touchdowns and no interceptions yesterday, after C.J. Stroud had passed for 3 touchdowns and no interceptions on Saturday. Both quarterbacks making their first postseason start this weekend had passer ratings of 157.2. Let me give them to you again. Stroud, 16 of 21 for 274 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, passer rating of 157.2. Love, 16 of 21, the same, for 272. Stroud had 274, 3 touchdowns, same as Stroud, 157.2 passer rating, same as Stroud. That is crazy, and that is the Spider-Man meme.
It is, and if you aren't familiar with the Spider-Man meme, it's great. It's just literally the 2 Spider-Mans pointing at each other, and it's like, we're the same thing. We're doing the exact same thing. The fact that they were, I mean, those numbers are eerie, how identical that they are. Identical. They are identical, Randy. But C.J. Stroud, what he's been able to do this season with the Texans, I don't think anybody was expecting it. And it's interesting because with the comparisons, even though they had similar stats there, their journeys to what just happened this weekend were totally different. We talked about Jordan Love, what happened with him, and being a backup for 3 years watching Aaron Rodgers. But that really just kind of fueled him into the position he's in now, where he could be ready to do this. And then you have C.J. Stroud, who just started right off the bat and was able to do that with the Texans. It's two very different journeys, and it kind of makes you question, well, which one is the right formula to get success?
I think it depends on the guy and your team, because the Packers went to a couple of NFC championship games while Jordan Love was sitting on the bench. So you had to take that. I think you'd take it again, but we'll never know how good or how productive Love would have been. But we do know that Love and Stroud are very similar. Hey, Brooke, would you like to know, with your information that you provided us, that Jim Harbaugh is interviewing with the Chargers today? Would you like to have my predictions for all of the coaching jobs in the NFL?
Oh, yes. Let me get a pen real quick so I can keep track.
You got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Washington Commanders. I've got Bill Belichick going there.
Really? Even with the reports saying that they wouldn't be interested in him?
Yep. Because I think that
they're lying.
Josh Harris is ultimately going to desire him.
Lying's an awfully strong word.
Yep.
No, Dan Snyder's
Atlanta
gone, so I guess
Falcons,
they changed.
your guy Mike Vrabel.
Okay.
Oh, I like that one.
Chargers, Harbaugh.
Okay.
Raiders, Antonio Pierce.
Yes, because you have Max Crosby saying that he would request a trade if they didn't hire him.
Yep. Last year, David Tepper, the crazy owner of the Panthers, wanted Ben Johnson. Didn't get him because Johnson returned to Detroit. Now the reports are that Tepper literally has a blank check ready for Ben Johnson to be the head coach of the Panthers.
But if you're Ben Johnson, with everything that he's built with the Lions, and I know that you could take that elsewhere, of course he would want to be a head coach eventually, would you really want to walk into the Lions' den, which is Tepper and his organization?
Blank check for a guy that's got like $20
say, okay, I'll do this for like a year or two, 3 years.
I'll see what I can get out of Bryce Young. Get some control here. I think that he'll take the money, and there's only 32 of the jobs. Okay, Titans. You just perked up here. Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick.
Oh, yes, I want that, please.
You like it?
I would love that. Now, will it happen? I don't know. I also like Ben Johnson for the Titans. I know that those are two it's every team wants Slowick and what he's done for the Texans, obviously offensively. I just think that we don't need another defensive-minded coach to be your head coach. We need an offensive mind coming in there. And of course, you're going to hire probably an offensive coordinator, all that stuff, but it just feels like it's necessary, especially if Will Levis is going to be your franchise quarterback and you're going to build around him and you're ushering in this new era. Derrick Henry, highly unlikely that they re-sign him. I feel like you need somebody like Slowick to come into the organization.
I agree with you. Now, here's the other one, and this could mess everything up based on what happened yesterday. I've got Seattle with Dan Quinn. But I can also see Dan Quinn taking over for Mike McCarthy in Dallas if McCarthy gets whacked.
Oh, yeah. Dan Quinn somebody mentioned Dan Quinn in Seattle, and it did kind of click. I'm like,
Just makes sense. He was there a Super Bowl. They like him.
He literally creates the Cover 3 Legion of Boom schematic, or perfects it, I guess.
Yeah. So that leaves...
That could really... I mean, there's a lot with these situations where one just kind of surprise move has a complete domino effect on all the other positions.
Right. And that's why I have Washington and Belichick. That's my X Factor play, because he did grow up in Annapolis, Maryland, and I know that they want to build for the long term, but they also are trying to get a stadium, and they want to compete now. And I just believe that Belichick fits what they are. Now, this morning and I think we touched on this a little bit, but this morning on Unsportsmanlike, they were suggesting Belichick to the Cowboys.
And that's the thing. That's something that has been really percolating since everything that happened with the Cowboys this past weekend, is that maybe you do bring in Bill Belichick. To me, it doesn't make much sense. And maybe it does, because then you have a playoff roster, right, that he would be able to come in there. He's not needing to develop a quarterback unless they are going to move on from Dak Prescott. Do you think they're going to move on from Dak Prescott?
I don't think so. And here's my thing with BB. And I know Chris Canty said, they'd win with that if Belichick had Dak Prescott. Belichick didn't win with Cam Newton.
Yeah.
You know, Belichick hasn't won with Mac Jones or Bailey Zappi. He's won with Tom Brady.
Don't you think, too, that Belichick wants to get away from the obvious narrative that's out there right now? Because the stat is out there. You've mentioned it several times about what he is without Tom Brady. But don't you think he wants to get away from the narrative of having, like, somebody who's kind of controlling everything above him or controlling his story? I think that he would want to be in an organization where it's clearly he can be the one that's in front of the media, the one that's controlling the story, the narrative, where you couldn't say, like, oh, Jerry Jones is going to be his puppet master. Because whoever takes the job with the Cowboys, that's always going to be the story, right?
Jerry Jones will never stop having press conferences.
No.
After games.
And even questioning his own coaches. Will Bill Belichick be okay with that?
And if
I can't see that.
If Belichick calls Parcells and says, hey, can I control him? Parcells is going to say, no, you can't control him, because Parcells didn't. If Parcells couldn't, Belichick won't. And Belichick has told his assistants in the past, if anything gets out of this blanking building, any of our secrets get out of this blanking building, whoever did it is fired.
That's what it doesn't make sense. That's what, and Jerry Jones, you won't have to even search for who's letting it out. Jerry Jones will literally be doing a press conference, and you can go back and watch it and hear everything that he's saying.
Yeah, Belichick doesn't let his assistants talk to the media. So, and he is notorious for threatening people who would leak any little tiny secret out of the building. So I'm with you there. I think that would be a really difficult thing for Belichick to live with, is that his owner is going to be talking all the time. And I know Kraft talked all the time, but Kraft didn't talk about football.
No.
He wasn't holding post-game press conferences.
No, it's very different, because it's just, that's every single coach that comes in. It's always going to be the story of Jerry Jones is the one who's truly running the show there.
The question I would have, and I have no idea what the answer is, I don't think anybody does Jerry Jones have it in him at the age of 81 to say, I got to get another Super Bowl, and I'll do whatever it takes, even if it includes getting it in writing for Bill Belichick that I won't talk to the media?
I can't see him doing that. I can't see him doing that whatsoever. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, especially if your formula isn't working. You should change it. I just can't see Jerry Jones stepping away in that manner.
Here's the thing. On the biggest night of many people's lives at the Hall of Fame ceremony, he hijacked it by talking for an hour and causing Kurt Warner to have to edit his own speech.
That's so terrible.
Right. And Jerry, he's going to hijack everything. That's just who he is. Same thing with moving the Rams. He hijacked the process, and there's people here that want to blame Clark Hunt for some reason. I don't get it. No, that was all Jerry Jones doing. Jerry Jones and Eric Rubin's doing. And Clark Hunt had nothing to do with the Rams leaving St. Louis and going to L.A. He was along for the ride. But Jerry Jones, he was the ship's captain there.
He was.
So when a guy has that much power and gets away with it for so long, it's almost impossible to turn that power over.
There's no way that he steps away whatsoever, even if it meant guaranteeing a championship. Do you think, like, even if it said, okay, you're going to get a championship if you do this, I don't think that he could. I think because he wouldn't believe it. He'd be like, no, surely not.
I agree. Yeah, and then somebody would say, you have to say, please don't call me Shirley. Coming up next on 101 ESPN, Matthew Rocchio has it. Do you have a hill to die on today?
That's in the 10 o'clock hour.
Oh, I forgot we're going till 10.
We are going on till 10 today.
Did you guys forget we're going till 11?
Forget.
Yeah. We're in.
That's why I was asking you what's coming up in Rocc Roll earlier.
I mean, we're doing Rock and Roll here, but we also have an hour after that.
Randy, are you excited?
Awesome.
It's on the rundown.
I'm just not paying attention, Matthew. I've got other things on my mind.
I forgot too.
I know. I'm literally looking. Here's the grid that I get every day. I'm literally looking at it, and I have no blanking idea. Okay.
We're very present people. We just take things one moment at a time.
We have an attention
span
of 8.5 seconds, right?
So bad. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, me too.
Ooh, all right, that'll be a fun hour then.
So coming up, we do have Rock and Roll coming your direction here on the opening drive, plus a balloon party, I guess, on 101 ESPN. Hey, guys, I was talking to a friend about how much difference mentality has made for me. And as we get older as guys, our energy level drops, right? And you think, oh, well, it's just because I'm getting older. Well, yeah, that's part of it. But as you get older, your testosterone level drops. And testosterone is a big reason for your energy. At Mentality, they're going to restore that testosterone level from your younger days, and that restores the energy from your younger days. It all works together in synergy. And what you need to do is go to Mentality. Start at their website, lowtusa.com, and make an appointment at one of their great clinics, either in South County or in Chesterfield. And they're going to find out what your testosterone level is. And then they have a fantastic FDA-approved testosterone treatment that you get every week and get your testosterone level restored and get that energy back that you thought that you had lost. You don't have to lose it forever. They're going to work with your insurance company to provide the least out-of-pocket expenses possible, and you'll love working with their nurses and their doctors and everybody at Mentality. Randy uses it, and I hope you do too. Get that energy back and be the person that you want to be at Mentality at lowtusa.com.
And roll.
Let's rock. Let's rock today.
Okay, so one question before we start rock and roll. Text 65, no, not, it's been only like 13 months. It's only been 13 months. Text 314-399-964, 631-4399. Yo-ho! And here's the question. So Brooke is going to try out or audition for a sports thing today. And the question is, have you ever thought of this being called an audition, which it is. You are 100% right, but I always thought of it as like a tryout or an attempt to make the team. I never thought of it as an audition, but you're not wrong.
Okay, I'm not technically wrong. Is it the right word to have chosen? No. Is Brooke also a little sleepy? Yes.
Okay.
And then forgot that we also are staying here for an extra hour today and I needed a Diet Coke to power me through. Yes, these are all correct things. But you're right. I should have said try out. I just said audition in the moment. And Rock's like, oh my God, why would you say audition like it was just the worst thing on earth?
Because when you said I'm trying out or you said I'm auditioning.
I said I'm auditioning. Yeah.
What my question was simply like
because you think of dancing, you think of
no, it was
is that what it was?
No, it was like I didn't know what that pertained because like, if you say I'm trying out, I go okay, well then you're gonna have to play some tennis and they're just gonna grade you hard. There's just gonna be are you good or are you bad? Here's your skill level. When you say try out though, I'm just wondering like there's a different connotation in my mind that it's gonna be like less just like hardcore like performance and more like performative. Like, well, are you like do you like tennis? Is this something that we can like can we promote you as being a good tennis player on like social media? Like, are you good in videos and are you good at tennis? Like, I didn't know if there was a combination thing.
That being said, though, you try out for a play, you try out for a spot in a band, right?
Yes.
It's the same thing.
It's just that I think it's more of people associate certain words. So I am auditioning or trying out, I guess, to see
auditioning for trying out.
Yes, auditioning and trying out for tennis.
Yeah, you'll win.
See, it's not that competitive. It's just that with the Missouri Athletic Club, I've been really excited. As you guys know, I've played tennis my whole life, and I've been waiting to join a tennis league. And the Missouri Athletic Club has a great tennis program with some competitive people over there. And so this is just to kind of see like what rating, because in tennis you have a rating system, and so like where I could place there.
So question, do you have the bag that holds like 3 or 4 rackets?
I do.
Everybody else is done then. Everybody else is done. You're winning. It's over for them.
Is that what you're checking for?
Yeah.
Randy, there's a lot of people with 3 or 4 rackets, because I was just paying attention one day and people were just walking in with like 4 rackets, different things like that. They have their tennis skirts. I was like, I haven't bought a new tennis skirt in probably a decade, so I might need to do that.
Yeah,
I feel like I got to get with the program.
You're going to go buy clothes. Okay.
Yeah.
And so do you ever slam a racket to the ground?
Yes. I'm
never
putting
done that.
What?
I've never done that. I've never done that. Why do you seem so shocked, Rocc?
There's just
This perfectionist.
There is
who's super competitive and a perfectionist? No. Me?
So you never slammed a racket, but you did something else.
My parents are listening, and they will call in between the break, and they will vouch. They would absolutely murder me. They would murder me if I did something like that to a racket. I promise you.
So
now, have I been angry?
Did you ever hit the net after a match with the racket?
For you?
No, I would never do anything like that, because I never show weakness to my opponents. That's where the competitiveness comes in.
Good.
Never show weakness.
Good. You know, Mariano Rivera.
Passion is a weakness.
Well, if you're angry in the game, you slam a racket, then you don't have a racket to play with.
Yep. You know how some pitchers will say, that's true. Some pitchers will say he hit a good pitch. Like Mariano Rivera in his entire career never said that. Every hit, every home run that he ever allowed was on a bad pitch by him. It was because he controlled the narrative, and the hitter never really had a chance. It was everything that happened against Mariano Rivera, according to him, was because of mistakes that he made. It wasn't because anybody else was good.
I like that.
I do too.
And I also want to play pickleball. I asked one of my friends this weekend, because we haven't played pickleball since the last time I told you guys. I was like, I didn't scare you too much, did I? I know I can get a little competitive. I wasn't too much. She's like, no, I want to play with you again.
Good.
So I'm not that scary when it comes to tennis or pickleball.
And what do we got on Rocc Roll there, Matthew?
Well, you guys mentioned it, but I did want to bring some audio to the forefront of what happened in Chicago this weekend when they were honoring their Ring of Honor, their Hall of Famers, and they were going through all the greats, and obviously there's a lot of greats from that 90s run, and one of them was the GM of the time, and that was Jerry Krause. And if you watched The Last Dance, and I think everyone did, considering the timing of its release, you heard Michael Jordan's comments about Jerry Krause. Everyone heard them, and apparently a lot of people in Chicago did, because when they honored Jerry Krause, his widow was there to be honored for him, and boos rained down from the United Center rafters. Derek Harper, one of the best Bulls from that time, had to go over and console Mrs. Krause because the boos were hitting her. You could tell it was affecting her, and here was Stacey King, who won 3 championships with that Bulls team. Here was Stacey King on the broadcast for the Bulls after that event.
Chicago is a sports town. And what we witnessed today when Jerry Krause's name was called, and the people that booed Jerry Krause and his widow, who was accepting this honor for him, it was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I hurt for that lady, brought her to tears, and whoever booed her in this arena should be ashamed of themselves. That's not Chicago. That's New York, Philly. Chicago's not like that. We don't have a reputation of being that way. And whether you like Jerry Krause or not, that man brought 6 championships here. He didn't shoot a basket, nor did he get a rebound, but he put 6 titles up in this ring. There's a lot of teams don't even have 1.
That was Stacey King again, who has 3 of those 6 rings, and I couldn't agree with his statement anymore. And I'm going to extrapolate a little bit more. Michael Jordan's got to come out and make a statement.
Thank you.
Michael Jordan has to make a statement that, because he is the impetus.
Yes.
This doesn't happen. If this ceremony happens in 2019, this is not the reaction to Jerry Krause. This is Jordan coming out in The Last Dance and making the comments he did. He's got to make a statement after what happened.
Yeah, and it's too late now.
Yeah.
It is.
The silence was and is deafening from Michael Jordan.
That was just absolutely sick, because she was crying, and the way that they set it up, one, it was a bad omen already not having Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan there. It sets the stage for something bad like that to happen.
Can I make a quick point here, Brooke?
Yeah.
They announced this on December 12th. They give themselves a month to plan this ceremony.
Yes, so you know how it's going to go, and you know that Scotty's not going to show up. You know that Michael Jordan's not going to show up. So it was already a bad omen from the start. And then they have the chair set up, and then they go to her, and she's crying as they are booing her. It was absolutely terrible. Michael Jordan should have already by now, on Monday, should have already come out and said something, because that was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. She didn't deserve that. Jerry didn't deserve that. I know that there's a lot of issues with how everything was broken up. Michael's been very vocal about that, but he is gone. You knew he wasn't going to be there. He wasn't going to show up. So to boo his widow is just absolutely awful.
Now, I'm not going to claim that we are holier than thou here in St. Louis, because I guarantee you, if the same thing happened with the Cardinals and we were honoring the multiple world championships and John Mozeliak's picture was put up on the screen, there's going to be people in the stadium that boo.
Would they boo his widow, though? I don't think the Cardinals fans would do that.
Fans don't have that. I think fans are bad at having self-awareness.
I think so, too.
I think fans are the worst moment in the world is a mob
self-awareness.
Mob mentality, a complete lack of self-awareness.
Yeah.
That's the worst time for that kind of moment, and it's all the variables kind of perfect storming it.
So I think sports fans generally now are different than they were. I don't think class is something that sports fans really worry. Not everybody, but there's a really vocal minority that doesn't worry about being classy, and they just, however outrageous and ridiculous their opinion might be, they need to voice it. And that includes hating the general manager of a team that won 6 championships under his watch.
And he's
Jerry
dead.
Krause. Yeah.
He's dead. The man's dead.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's horrible. And I mentioned, because somebody on Twitter was trying to defend it, and I said there's never any defense for.
How were they trying to defend it?
They were saying that it was the Bulls' fault because they knew what would happen when they flashed his picture on the screen.
They don't.
And I said it's never a good look to boo somebody's widow.
No, it never is.
Never. So it's.
Really, you can't have the. You actually have hindsight to look back and say, oh, these are all the situations that was happening. He was losing the coach. Michael was going to retire again. You know, the fact that there's a cap. I mean, you have now the benefit of hindsight, and that's why I just think that it's clear The Last Dance did this, because everyone just looks at Jerry Krause as the GM of a 6-time winner, not this scumbag rat that Jordan has portrayed him as, which he obviously wasn't.
Yeah.
It's awful.
That's Rocc Roll here on 101 ESPN. Coming up, we've got a balloon party with us. Is it time to get interested and be enthusiastic about the outfield potential of the Redbirds? That's next on 101 ESPN.
I like how we Hey everyone, it's Brooke for Universal Windows Direct. I don't have to tell you because you felt it all weekend, but it was obviously really cold outside. It was -6 degrees outside yesterday, but the wind chill made it feel even colder than that. But where you shouldn't be feeling that cold, drafty air is inside your home. So call my guys over at Universal Windows Direct to avoid the cold. But you may be wondering, can the windows really make that big of a difference, Brooke? Yes, they can, and here's how. Universal Windows Direct, they have this incredible technology developed by NASA called Super Spacer. It helps keep the edge of the glass warmer, holds the window seal longer, and makes the windows last up to 5 times longer than other window systems. So you get the best windows for your home within your budget, and they perform better and last longer. So call and schedule your free in-home estimate today, and for every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 for free, plus a free upgrade to triple pane glass. Tell them that Brooke sent you, and you get an additional $250 off your project for the last windows you'll ever need. Go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Well, I think in Newbar's case, just the ability to show you can go pole to pole, right? Meaning, like, stay healthy. He's got tremendous upside, tremendous talent. And I think in Walker's case, it's, from a defensive standpoint, you hope he can get to where he's at least league average from a defensive standpoint. We certainly felt like he was trending that way towards the end of last year. He's been spending the month of January working with Jose Oquendo down in Florida, so that's encouraging. But I think it, as you can imagine, from a offensive side, it's a pretty exciting group. Guys that actually profile out as corner outfielders, that sky could be the limit. And so ultimately, that's what you're hoping to see come together.
Cardinal Pobo, John Mozeliak. It's 10:03 in St. Louis. Your time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. And even though these guys haven't done it before at the major league level, done it being participated in playoffs or had great full seasons, I'm enthusiastic. I'm, as Mo would say, bullish on the abilities of Lars Nootbaar and Jordan Walker. I hope they're as good as I think they can be. But, Brooke, I think one of the things, especially for Nootbaar, that we have to look at is availability. I have no idea, no doubt that Jordan Walker is going to be a stud. By the way, he's up to 260 pounds. And as Mo mentioned, he's been working on his defense with Jose Oquendo, which is huge. And he will be, Mo said, we hope that he can be a league average. I think he'll be an above average defender simply because he's got the athleticism, he's got the arm, the speed. Hopefully he has the instinct. And we know Nootbaar can play defense. So the big thing for me is Lars going to be there in left field, and is he going to be able to maximize his apparent ability?
I think that was a big talker yesterday. And, of course, we're going to get some texts in, and some people will say, well, of course, all the players are going to talk about how they want to be available the entire season. But that is what you want to hear from the guys. Brendan Donovan talked about it. Jordan Walker talked about it. And Lars Nootbaar talked about it as well, about being available for the entirety of the season and how that's been a focus of his off-season training. But also because we've seen kind of Lars Nootbaar in his short time here with the Cardinals kind of have a tale of two halves that we have seen with him, where you want to see a full body of work from him, where it's not just the first half maybe down and then he heats up in the second half. He talked about emphasizing making sure that he can put that all together. That's also been a focus of his training, where he doesn't just have a high performance of one half of the season. And last year, we know the injuries were something that hampered him, and some of those injuries were not necessarily of his own doing. There were some funky things that happened there, but I think that was the emphasis for all the guys. Nolan Gorman talked about that as well, where his nutrition and focusing on that so that he could reduce inflammation in his body was a big factor of his off-season training. So, of course, all the guys are going to say those things. Jordan Walker, to me, I felt like was the most impressive when it came to his offseason approach, because he just talked about every single thing that he's been doing. I mentioned working with Brendan Donovan, getting advice from him, but he also was talking about some of the other players. He believes that we have yet to see all of Mason Wynn and his full potential. He has full belief in what he's able to do. And he was talking about Victor Scott II and called him the Cardinals' Mookie Betts.
That could be the case. There's very little doubt in my mind that Victor Scott, and I don't know that he'll ever hit for the power that Mookie Betts does, but I know what Jordan's talking about in terms of their ability. They both grew up in suburban Atlanta. They were aware of each other in high school. Everybody knew who Jordan Walker was in high school, and with the speed possessed by Victor Scott, Walker was aware of him. And they both have very distinct abilities, but their abilities are great. Now, we talked about the corners. And one interesting name that we haven't heard here is Dylan Carlson. And there's a reason for that. John Mozeliak talked about how the Cardinals are going to put an emphasis on defense. And the players that make the Cardinals the best defense are what we would expect.
Well, I definitely think that makes us the best defensive club. Obviously, Dylan Carlson can play center. So, I mean, I think we could have some flexibility there. But I do think if Wynn's at short and Tommy's in center, that's probably the strongest defensive club we could have.
And that's a big thing. Not to take anything away from Dylan Carlson's abilities in center field.
Yes.
But, man, last year the defense was so spotty. And it did get better at times as the second half unfolded. But Mason Wynn, and I mentioned this before Mason Wynn ever came up, he has Trey Turner-type ability to play shortstop. He's got those sorts of tools. We know he's got the rocket arm. He's got great range. Defensively, I don't really have any questions about Mason Wynn. And then Tommy Edman in center, and we talked about it last year. People say, well, what about the arm? What about the arm? How often does a center fielder's arm really need to be shown off? Now, would you like to have it in those 2 or 3 times a week? Yeah, you'd like to have it. But I'd rather have the guy that gets to and catches more baseballs than the guy that doesn't get to as many balls but has a great arm.
I mean, I think that there's a reason that Tommy Edman was their center fielder. Even remember when Dylan Carlson came back from injury, they didn't put him back in center field. They kept Tommy Edman. I think that says a lot about how they view Tommy Edman as their center fielder. Now, the big concern, of course, is with his wrist. Will he be fine throughout the season? And when does Victor Scott come into the question? And where does Dylan Carlson then fit in all of this? When does he get the reps?
And I wonder if long term, when Victor Scott comes up, if you might, and I don't think that Tommy Edman profiles as a corner outfield.
No.
So that's one of the things. If you talk about the Cardinals, and I know they'd like to keep Goldie, but does Walker move into first, and does somebody else play right field? Does Chase Davis wind up in right field with Victor Scott the second in center? Because ultimately, Tommy Edman is not going to be on this team. I think that with all the young players you have on the way, and Tommy Edman is a great guy who I'd love to have on the team forever. But let's just look at the numbers game. Newt Bar has power potential. Victor Scott can steal 100 bases, and he's young and inexpensive. Jordan Walker has a chance to be a stud. But then Davis, like we say, normally from your corner outfielders, you want to have a really high slug. And Tommy doesn't provide that. So you move Walker into first, and you put one of the other guys out in the corner, and that leaves either second base or a utility role if he's here for Tommy Edman.
This is really funny because I was actually just about to say this, but somebody texted it from the 618. They need to stop playing musical chairs and let people play where they need to. So they are kind of addressing that, where they're saying, okay, this is who we want. It was interesting because Lars said that he didn't hear that. He didn't know that John Mozeliak had said that. Now, I do think it's important to note that John Mozeliak didn't clearly, did he say, like, for sure, this is going to be who our center, I think he said this is how they would
during
hope.
The winter meetings. Yeah,
but he was kind of insinuating that's how they want it to play out.
And then they got rid of O'Neill and they got rid of Palacios. And he did say that Carlson would battle for at-bats as the fourth outfielder. Now, another name here is Alec Burleson, who has been the backup first baseman. But the Cardinals have talked to him about improving as well.
You only have one DH, and it's the main goal is to get in the lineup. So, conversations with people at the end of the year, suggested that I needed to be more reliable in the outfield, and I took it personally, like not in a bad way, but I took it personally and said, okay, if that's what you guys want from me, that's what I'm going to do. And like I said, I've changed my body, I've changed a lot of things, and I'm moving a lot better. So, yeah, I mean, it's important to not only do it for my sake, but just to get in the lineup and just give myself a better opportunity to play every day.
And it's going to be hard for him, unfortunately, because the Cardinals like what they have in so many of their players. And I just don't know, ultimately, Brooke, what Alec Burleson could be. Is he going to be a guy that hits 46 or 47 homers like Kyle Schwarber has the last couple of years? To me, if you're going to play the kind of defense that he's played before, you better have OPSs of 827, 817 with huge slugs. If you're going to perform, now he's I think a better hitter, not a better power hitter, but a better hitter than Kyle Schwarber. But his defense definitely needs improvement, and this club is going to have to count on defense.
They are. And if you actually look at some of his numbers, too, he had a pretty low strikeout rate, which I think is a positive for him. But I do understand what they're talking about defensively, that they need to see more from him in that aspect. He actually talked about how he lost 12 pounds this offseason in an effort to, I guess, be healthier? Or is that a fair thing to say? Yeah. Or maybe in the right shape to handle that role defensively?
Yeah. And
not that he's out of shape, not body shaming here.
Uh-huh.
But he lost 12 pounds.
Yes. Well, that should tell us something, right?
It should. I just realized I was like, I don't know if that sounded weird or not. I'm not trying to body shame him, but I do understand the reasoning for maybe losing some weight and getting in shape in that aspect.
Yeah. And I want to go back to what I said about power, because his highs in the minors were 22 home runs, 20 home runs. He's never been a huge power guy, but
he has a 41% hard hit rate last season.
Yeah, right. And he had, in his last year at Memphis, had a 905 OPS. The year before that, he had a 963 OPS at High A. He's kind of skipped over. He had a little cup of coffee at Springfield, 822 OPS. But now in 2 years in the majors, he's at a 535 and a 691 OPS. So he needs to improve both offensively and defensively. And he's an emerging player. He's not anything close to a finished project.
No. And does it feel, just from your view and perception of it, it feels like Ollie Marmol thinks very highly of Alec Burleson, too?
I think the organization does. And they think that he's on a trajectory that'll allow him to be, at some point, hopefully a major league player.
Is there any chance that they're saying, hey, get better at defense so we can give you more consistent at-bats because of the Nolan Gorman factor? There is only one DH, but what if your star 23, 24-year-old DH goes down with back issues again? You'd like to have a big power bat that you can just step in right there. And again, we've talked about with a lot of these guys, they worry about not getting enough at-bats to where guys can actually develop, and I think that's a big thing now with Burleson.
And here's the other thing. Let's go back to the beginning of our conversation. Lars Nootbaar hasn't always been there.
No.
So you want to be able to have a guy that you can plug in and not have to trade for Richie Palacios, or not have to try to count on Tyler O'Neill. You'd like to have a reliable outfielder if, for whatever reason, Lars Nootbaar can't be available for you in left field. That's Brooke. That's Matthew. I'm Randy. Coming up, Ollie Marmol will talk to the media, and we're going to find out what he learned in year 2, the 71-win season for the Cardinals. That's next on The Balloon Party on 101 ESPN. Skipper Ollie Marmol is speaking to the media this morning over at the Cardinals Winter Warmup. And one of the things that Ollie talked about was what he's learned in 2 years as manager, especially after winning only 71 games last year in his second year on the gig.
You learn a lot. You have a positive season in 22. You have a season in 23 that wasn't so positive. It was a difficult year, and you learn a lot about yourself. Last year, and I said this last night at the dinner, it tested my character. It really did. It makes you sit back and really think through what went well, what didn't, and what I would do different. And the reality is I needed to be better. Last year wasn't good enough, and our staff needs to be better. But that starts with me.
Well, fortunately for him, he listens to this show. So that will help in any endeavor in which you're trying to better yourself in the sports realm. And Brooke, we've talked about this a lot. I don't think that Ollie has been put in the best position by Cardinal management, whether it's perception or reality. I think that, number one, he didn't have a good bullpen last year.
No.
And he didn't have a good rotation. It's hard for any manager to look good if he doesn't have pitching, right? Mm-hmm. And then things happened from a communication standpoint. Things happened with Tyler O'Neill in 5th game of the season. Things happened with Wilson Contreras 30 games into the season. And that made things look like he was lacking from a command standpoint and a communication standpoint. But then you talk to the players, and the players are, and everybody around the club, not just the players, everybody around that ball club has a world of respect for Ollie Marmol and the way he conducts his business. And hopefully the Cardinals have put him in a better position this year. And one thing I hope is that he is not beholden to a pregame script. I hope that the Cardinals truly let him manage. And they're all going to say that they're letting him manage, but I hope they do let him manage, because I think the players would appreciate his management style. And I also think that he does have the ability to look ahead and to be thinking in the 5th inning about what's going to happen in the 7th, what I need to do in the 7th.
Well, and I think that there is a theme that you are starting to see, and we've talked about this in baseball, where it feels like we're getting back to that old school mentality. You're seeing, right? Yes, where that gut instinct has to be allowed to come into play. You can't just stick to the script of this is what happens in this situation, that situation. You have to have a manager that's confident in that moment of this is what I know that we need, and I'm going to ride this, and this is going to work out in this way. You need somebody who is allowed to use their gut instinct in those situations. And I think that with them adding and bolstering the coaching staff, not just here at the Bigs, but also throughout maybe the organization, some internal promotions that they've had there, that's another thing where you hope that he will be put in the right position. I think bringing in Daniel Descalso was a great move by the organization, because I remember, you saw it too, how Skip, when he was on the bench, I mean, he really just brought that kind of, it was a way that he was able to relate to players. And from everything that I've heard about Daniel Descalso, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him yet, but it seems like he would be able to do kind of that same thing of really connecting with the players, and being a former player in that way, I think helps.
Yeah, and hopefully, I don't know what Daniel Descalso is as a strategist. And one thing Ollie has talked about, whether it was in the first year with Skip or last year with Joe McEwing, is that they essentially have a 3-hour conversation about the game and about talking about what's going to happen. I feel because Daniel Descalso not only played under Tony La Russa, but we know Daniel pretty well, he was paying attention to Tony La Russa.
Yes.
I think that having the conversation with him, and this is not an affront to Joe McEwing, but he just wasn't working with a Hall of Fame manager.
Exactly.
Right? So I think that Daniel brings some things to the table probably that most potential bench coaches don't.
Well, and then the other aspect is that you have Yadi or Molina coming back into the organization. So that was another big talker with John Mozeliak this weekend, is Yadi's return and what that role will look like for him. So I think that that's going to be a big thing, is seeing what Yadi will look like when he returns in that position and what he'll be able to do. But anytime you have Yadi back around your organization, I think it's a good thing.
He's going to be like my right-hand man on everything. No, he's going to be someone that, gets his feet wet. I plan on meeting with him whenever he's done in Puerto Rico, in terms of kind of getting with him and letting him understand how we think about like player acquisitions, how we value players, and just really giving him an introduction to that side of the business. And then, of course, anything he can do to help some of our younger catchers, we're going to welcome.
Well,
I think he's going to want to do that a lot. So my guess is his comfort level is going to be more like towards that side of things, but we definitely know that we want to work on some of the things that we deal with on the front office side that he wants some exposure to.
So Yadi does a lot to help the organization. He will do a lot to help the organization. We saw in his absence that it felt like it was underappreciated what he was able to do for the pitching staff, for the organization in general. So it's great to have him back around. But Randy, you're talking about putting Ollie in a good position, but does it also put him in a tough position to have Yadi Molina around? Because you see it, I see it, everybody's talking about it. Yadi wants to be a manager. He wants to be a manager in Major League Baseball, and he's made that abundantly clear, and I think fans also are clamoring for that as well. So John Mozeliak was asked about that position.
Not really, but I can understand why it would be a question. It could become real. We'll find out, but I don't think entering into this would make sense to approach it that way. Clearly, I'm a big advocate for Ollie. I believe in him, but we also recognize last year was not good, and so we have to make some adjustments. We have to do some things differently, and hopefully we do it in a successful manner.
So what do you think about the position that puts Ollie in?
I think especially because he doesn't have a contract for 2025, I think that could be an untenable situation. You better have a pretty good group of players or be winning, because if things are spiraling and you only have 3 games against 3 walkover games in April, right? It's the 3 games against Oakland. What happens if you get off to another 10 and 24 and a player that might be predisposed to checking out says, you know what, Ollie's not going to be managing me next year anyway. I don't care. And that player starts to check out. I don't want to be in that situation if I'm an organization. I don't want to be paying a player a bunch of money or any money if he has the propensity to check out on a manager because things are not going the way that he expected him to go. If I were the Cardinals and I were committed to Ollie Marmol, if I were an advocate, like he says, for Ollie Marmol, I'd give him a 1-year contract extension. What difference is it going to make? What's he making, $2 million maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Give him, what's really $2 million to a baseball organization? It's a drop in the bucket. So if I were
$450,000 to a baseball organization?
Yeah, right, there you go. Right.
Tommy,
But they're walking into this ring of fire.
They are.
Because everybody in Cardinal Nation, if they get off to a bad start, is going to be clamoring for Yadi or Molina to be the next manager.
Yeah.
And they say, well, this guy's in his last year of his contract anyway. Let's just do it now. And maybe that's what the Cardinals want. I don't know. But I feel if Ollie is put into that situation, I feel bad, and I would wonder why the Cardinals just wouldn't pull the Band-Aid off and do it immediately.
I was wondering what kind of the reason is behind that, because they're making it really clear. We know this is the final year of his contract. You're bringing in Yadi or Molina. Yadi has been very, very vocal about his path to wanting to be a manager. If it's not going to be with the Cardinals, then he will go elsewhere to make sure that he accomplishes this goal. This is not something that he's just kind of stepping into. Yadi or Molina wants to be a manager in Major League Baseball, and he's doing everything he can to make sure that happens.
I think it's imperative for the Cardinals to get him around the ball club to see the media responsibilities that a big league manager has to deal with, because I wonder if his mind might change if he has to. And Ollie does media different than most managers, by the way.
Yeah.
But I don't know that at least 2 times a day, 162 times a year, if Yadi, based on our history with him, I don't know if he's going to be wanting to deal with the media like that, like a manager has to.
No, but it comes with the territory. If that is something that you want, I'm sure that he's going to have to understand and experience all of that.
I wonder if he's thought about it, though. And here's the other thing. If you're Yadi or Molina, what if, let me just pick out a player for you. Somebody that we don't know. Okay, Mason Wynn. Mason Wynn is from, Kingswood, Ohio? What if, and I think I gave him the Kingswood Cannon nickname, right?
Uh-huh.
What if Mason Wynn owns the Kingswood Cannons United Basketball League team? And they're in the finals, and he goes to Yadi or Molina and says, Yadi, I got to go and watch my basketball team in the finals. How does Yadi or Molina say no to that?
Oh, there's so much to that story. I love that. Kingwood High School, I guess, and he was born in...
Kingwood, yeah.
He was born in Katy, Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, he can't exactly say no to that. But then again, do you also say, well, until you've done what I did, then you can't come and ask me those questions?
But
what Yadi was able to accomplish?
Shouldn't you treat every player the same?
Yeah, that's not the reality we live in sometimes, sadly, though.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets special treatment,
So
especially if you did what Yadi did.
For Yadi, it would be do as I say, not as I do.
Yes.
Okay.
It will be that. I can see that for sure.
Yeah. So I just wonder if I think every Cardinal player should buy a minor league basketball team.
And manage
just for fun.
Yeah. No,
just to see what happens.
Please don't.
Just to see what happens.
We did have somebody text in and go, will Yadi be able to delegate? He seems like an if you want it done right, do it yourself kind of guy. And that includes screaming at the officials. Because you're not going to leave that to your head coach. You're going to come out onto the court during a championship game.
As the owner.
Kick a ball across the court as the owner, and you're going to take it into your own hands.
Yeah. I love that, though.
I think it was great, but I just think that, especially for players that were here, that opens him up for the same sort of treatment that he was given by the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And like you say, it's...
Like, he could easily just turn around and go, well, what have you done?
Yeah.
Mason win.
Right. But that doesn't make the player feel very good.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Are you going to argue with a guy with a neck tattoo?
No, you don't.
Okay,
You don't have that argument.
That's where it all goes back to that, Randy. Will you argue with somebody who has a neck tattoo?
Fair enough.
No.
I will not. No.
Will people try to boss him around? Because Timothy Callahan on the YouTube chat says, I think Yadi or Molina is not going to be a good manager, at least for the Cardinals. I feel he'll be another yes man that the last few managers have been for the current management. My friendo, what are you talking about?
What question did you ask, Brooke? Give me the last question they asked me. Are you going to argue with?
Are you going to argue with a guy with a neck tattoo?
You are not. Adam Wainwright says you don't argue with Yadi. Why? Because he's got neck tats.
You just don't.
No, it's dangerous.
Yadi being a yes man, I don't know in what universe that could ever happen. You've seen him for a long time. I've seen him for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No. What were you about to say, Randy?
Well, you know how in football, like when a player, a defensive player, they say, oh, he's going to be a problem for a long time. When you're dealing with Yadi, he can be a problem. You don't want to mess around. Don't take any chances, people. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. But isn't that what you want for your organization, is for intimidation?
Yeah. Oh, big time.
He's going to do that, but he's always going to do it his way. Would it be the Cardinals? Here's a good question. Would it be the Cardinals' way anymore, or would it be Yadi's way?
Oh, it would totally be Yadi's way. Like, can you imagine? Okay, Cardinals get into a fight with the Reds, okay? Reds player.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, Reds best player now. That's 2 years down the road. Reds best player is Ellie De La Cruz. Ellie De La Cruz, the first game of the series, okay? Ellie De La Cruz does something like Johnny Cueto did, kicks a guy. 2 days later, come back to the ballpark. We've played game 2 of the series. Ellie De La Cruz had a couple of hits last night. Then the next day, no Ellie De La Cruz. Would it surprise anybody? No. Some people got juice.
Imagine if Brandon Phillips becomes a manager one day.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun? Yeah. So, yeah, he's going to be great.
Yes.
For whatever team, and hopefully it's the Cardinals, he will be an interesting story to follow. Next up, Rock's got a hill to die on. I hope it's great. It's next on 101 ESPN.
I hope it's great.
This is Rocky with your Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues over the weekend, a rough loss in overtime to the Boston Bruins. Robert Thomas gets tripped and the Bruins go in for the game-winning goal in overtime. There was some positivity as the Blues, for the second game in a row, did get 2 power plays goals for the game. Blues are back in action tonight, facing off against the Flyers. 7 p.m. puck drop down at Enterprise Center. Catch the game right here at 101 ESPN. Pregame starts at 6. That is your Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
With Jackson Burkett, I'm Tim McKernan.
Yes.
What am I?
Michelle Smallman back for a surprise visit.
Oh, okay. There we go.
And it's a hill to die on with Jackson Burkett.
Jackson Burkett.
The NBA is the best league in... No.
So, no, it's actually Rock's hill to die on. We wanted to do something spectacular that might get those guys fired. But
then, Randy, we would have to do the extra hour all the time.
That's a good point.
So I decided to throw that suggestion away, and I picked up a much lighter suggestion, but I'm still going to be coming after people because for the second time on Hills to Die on, I'm going to be coming after the Department of Transportation. But this isn't just Missouri. I'm going nationwide.
Before you do yours, can I just give one?
You got a little one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Step on that soapbox.
Little hill. Okay. And I know this might sound a little bit harsh.
Okay.
But Thelma Krause, it's an NBA crowd. Come on, let's toughen up. I'm just saying. That's my hill to die on. Really? You're going to get booed. Kobe Bryant got booed.
Randy,
Shaquille O'Neal got booed.
This is unbelievable.
She didn't have anything to do with what happened. She's just...
All right, question. Fine. Randy, question.
She got booed. She cried.
Fine, Randy.
She cried.
Randy, fine.
It's her dead husband.
No, let's lay this down the real thing.
Keith Hernandez cried when he got booed here, too. Let's toughen up.
Randy, if they should match up in the tournament again, should Illinois fans boo Sister Jean?
Yes.
No.
100%.
She's like over 100 years old.
She's 104.
No.
She's seen it all.
Apparently not that.
Yeah.
Don't boo her, please. She's 100 and something years old.
All right. Fine.
So age is a reason that we shouldn't boo somebody? Stan Kroenke's old.
Jerry Jones is old.
They're not 100 years old.
All right. So you get a pass?
Yeah.
You tell me after I turn 100, I can just do I can do as many evil things I want?
No, so you're saying Sister Jean's evil, huh?
If I'm an Illini fan, I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Devil magic.
Let's go back to the beginning of this because I was just joking. Have you ever felt as sorry for anybody as you felt for that lady?
Oh, that was...
No.
Her hands were shaking.
I did not want...
I literally felt sick to my stomach.
I can't get through the full clip.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I hate everything.
She was obviously shaken to her core, literally shaken to her core. It was terrible.
It was.
All right, but she does need to. All right, hill to die on, Rock.
Don't add the little thing.
Randy, 60 years ago, if you believe the stories, this country went to the moon. I believe the stories personally. We have 63.
So
is it 60 years?
Well, we walked on the moon in 68, right?
I'm looking at Ryder because I thought he'd have the year ready, and he does not.
Yeah, no, because Kennedy said we were going to go to the moon.
69.
69, thank you.
I don't know why I said 63, 69.
Yeah. One small step for whatever.
Man.
One giant step for mankind.
There you go.
So is your hill to die on that you don't believe it happened?
No,
I like
that's
that. I like that angle. Let's go with that.
It absolutely did happen. We're not going to do that one. It absolutely did happen. More people should get punched by Buzz Aldrin for saying it didn't. That's hilarious. No, I'm just going to go with the fact that we as a country are so technologically advanced, we should have defeated snow and ice a long time ago. There's no reason there's no reason in a quicker way that isn't as long lasting. For temporary moments, for like a week at a time, we should be able to shut down snow and ice on the roads. There should be like how do we not have heated roads across this entire country yet? We went to the freaking moon. How can we not figure out a better way so that people aren't in danger? Like, how can we not figure out a way so that even if there is a blizzard that hits Buffalo, They can shut down. They don't have to shut down the game, not because the game might be dangerous, but because the roads are going to be so dangerous getting there that they can't have the game. Can't we figure out some way, with all this technology we have, that snow, ice, wind, and a little bit of frozen rain does not defeat the human civilization?
If I'm not mistaken, at multiple NFL stadiums, I believe MetLife Stadium is one of these, they have heating cores underneath the turf to allow the turf to actually melt the snow. Why wouldn't you be able to put a similar technology underneath pavement? I am with you 100%. I have no idea why we can't fix this problem.
I agree, but if they can't even fix potholes, then why are we expecting them to heat the road?
You know what? Okay, good point. Actually,
I'm just going to point this out. There's a lot of potholes. So.
Tangential hill to die on. How have we not figured out a better form of concrete? Like, we've been doing this for like 1,000 years, and every time in St. Louis, because I think the weather's why it's so bad in St. Louis, because you get the constant warm, cold, and that cracks everything. How have we not figured out a better form of concrete yet? Speaking of this technology holding us back, what are we doing, people?
All right, I got a reason for you.
Okay.
Can we go a little conspiracy theory?
Yes.
Ooh.
When we want to fix economies, what do? We fix the infrastructure by putting billions of dollars into the infrastructure. If the infrastructure never breaks, then we don't have any reason to spend billions of dollars on it. To fix the economy, to put people to work.
I'm saying it's breaking, though. You're seeing it, though.
Yep.
Now that's some mega mind energy over there.
Because people are put to work to fix this stuff that breaks. If you get something that doesn't break, then you don't need to hire these people to fix the economy that have to fix the roads.
Randy, can that technology maybe pertain to certain diseases?
Yes, and cancer is one of them, right? There's a strong belief that one of the reasons that cancer will never be cured, this is a conspiracy theory that I've heard, that one of the reasons is that there's so much money to be made from A, researching cancer, and B, selling pharmaceuticals that would ostensibly help people live longer.
Yes.
People say that's going to cost a lot of money, but think about the money you save. There's
not about saving money. It's about spending
here.
money. It's about spending money.
And that's why Randy gets down to the thing. I would say, well, people would save a lot of money on, car costs and things like that. Then, maybe I wouldn't mind paying a little bit more for the road maintenance. I'm okay with that.
I am too.
If you're telling me my my taxes are going to go up a little bit, but it means I'm not going to have to worry about driving on ice at all during the winter, that's a trade-off that I'm completely willing to make. We can do this, people. We have the technology. We made the $6 million man. We can do this.
Yes. Oh, we did. Bigger, stronger, faster.
Exactly. Stop doing that with cars and just make that with roads. Bigger, stronger, faster.
I also need to defend myself a little bit because somebody's coming after me about what I said about the potholes, which, potholes, I do understand how expensive all this is, to your point, Randy, and that's why it's really hard to want all this stuff, because it's really expensive to fix roads. Somebody said, well, hey, Brooke, if the concrete didn't freeze, we wouldn't have potholes. Heat the concrete.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's more that causes.
There's other problems,
There's water, traffic causes potholes, not just ice and snow.
So if you're given the ability to have a bionic eye, great sight, bionic ear, great hearing, bionic arm so that you can throw a car, or bionic legs so that you can run 60 miles an hour, what are you taking?
Ooh. I don't know. Eyes or ears?
I would love to be able to lift stuff and throw it.
That's you just want to run around like
lift a car and throw it. Yeah. I think I would probably.
But with ears, then you could hear everything.
Everything. But do you want to hear everything? Because it might bother you.
But then you can use it to your advantage. Kind of like Limitless. Did you watch that movie?
No, I didn't.
Did you watch that movie?
Yes, I've seen Limitless.
Okay.
Like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Where he has like everything is amplified. His sight, his hearing, everything.
There you go. And here's the thing. I know heated road seems like the easy one, but like to the point, I was thinking about this when I was driving home. Like, because I was driving home late on Saturday night. The roads were very empty, but they weren't that easy to drive on just because of the wind and everything like that. And my thought process was, like, why do we not have like a drone? Like out here at like 2 a.m. that's just kind of like heating just kind of melting, big chunks of ice on the roads. We don't have to deal with it. Because I'm thinking, well, these roads are going to be empty for the next 8 hours. If there's any precipitation, everything's going to freeze over, and tomorrow morning's going to be dangerous for people. So I'm not even saying, so maybe you're saying, because we're getting people saying, well, you'd have to tear up all the roads and then rebuild them all, which honestly isn't a bad start.
They'd last forever.
Opinion.
That would. then you can't spend money on them.
But then you're right. Then they last forever, and then you can't spend money on them. We're just figuring things out
Look,
here.
this is a dilemma for me.
Are you going back to the bionic?
This is a $6 million man, yeah.
Well, and then somebody sent in that they would want a bionic arm because then you could be a one-man starting rotation, one-man pitching
Yeah,
staff.
true. Good point.
We actually are getting stick to sports text in from the text line. You gotta be freaking kidding me, my guys. You have to be kidding me at this point.
We're solving world problems over here. What is wrong with what we're doing, okay? We're more than just sports.
We are. We can actually solve world problems.
Did you watch the Barbie movie where it's
did.
like you have Ken does beach, Ken does that. We're more than just sports. We're more than just sports.
We are.
Ken and Barbies.
I'm so sad. I failed at this segment because every other previous Hill to Die On, I guess my premise was so wildly ridiculous that all of the "why are you not talking about sports right now" textures were just overwhelmed to be like, you're a moron. Stop talking about this. We didn't get any of those in previous Hills to Die On, and now we've gotten multiple people talking about stick to sports because all I'm saying is we need to defeat, we need to outscore, we need to work on our ground game and our air game against snow and ice.
Okay.
Is that better?
Oh man!
Clearly, our listenership has carried over rather than bringing in McCartans, which is fine. We love you people.
You've been here for this hour, have you?
Can you at least give us like a preview? I know we need to get out, but can you at least give us a preview of like what your other topic was?
Nope.
Because I feel like that one probably was going to be more in line with like your.
Oh, it would have. Yeah, it would have gotten a lot of people angry. I've made little comments like this like before, but I was going to go a lot bigger on this
Randy,
comment.
use your power to get it out of him. Come on.
No, I'm good on that one. That's the one. There's one thing There's one thing I am very stringent about. It's that when somebody tells me don't get fired, I don't get fired.
I am going to just shut up and dribble.
That's kind of like interesting that we can empathize with that now.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
That's right. Next up, what's on tap before BK and Ferrario here on 101 ESPN?
What? It's different.
Blues and Flyers pregame at 6 o'clock tonight, and the action at 7 with Kerbs and Joey. You'll want to be tuned in for that on the radio, and then on TV this afternoon, 3:30 on Channel 4 here in St. Louis. What's it called? First Alert 4. You don't remember anymore. They changed it on you.
Yeah, they did. I can't remember what it was before.
They used to watch out for us.
Watching out for you.
Yeah,
yes.
Now they don't watch out for us anymore.
Yeah, I was part of that. I was part of the watching out for you. So I carried that over.
And then you leave.
Yes.
And they don't watch out for anybody anymore.
No, they don't.
They just want to give us alerts.
I think that says a lot,
I think
honestly,
so, too.
because I'm still watching out for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can you do the point?
What? Watching out for you?
When they do like 4, when they do like 4.
That was 5. That was 5.
You did that one.
That was 5.
Okay. 5 and 1.
God, that one
I never made the cut for the promotions.
So anyway, this afternoon on Channel 4, the Bills are a 10-point favorite over the Steelers. 38.5 is the over-under. With the weather, I am going to take the under in this game, but I think Buffalo covers. I think Buffalo wins this game something like 21-10.
21-10, you say?
Yeah, that'll get us up to 31. So I'm going to take the under, but I think Buffalo covers. Maybe 24-10. Kicking is going to be at a premium.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 21-10.
What is it about the Steelers offense that gives you pause, Randy? Whatever could make you question the Steelers offense?
Historic ineptness.
Can I check my bets with you guys? My bet with you guys really quickly. I'm doing these bets, by the way, on Underdog Fantasy. I talked about it earlier today.
Okay. Yeah.
So I went higher and lower across all these stats. Najee Harris, 16.5 rushing attempts. I went higher. Lower on Mason Rudolph, 9 passing first downs.
Okay. Oh, wait, that's free money.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, 1.5 sacks taken. I think he slips at least in the ground and just gets tagged down at least twice. And then higher 1.5 Dawson Knox receptions, just because at some point he's going to do the old Ben Roethlisberger, oh my God, where's my tight end throw? At least 2 times in that game. So those are my bets going into this game because I think it's just going to be a slog. Yeah. My entries, I should say.
Yeah, I like those. Okay, so who do you guys have in the game itself then?
Bills.
The Bills.
Okay, and do they cover the 10, like I said?
Yeah.
I think so. It'll probably be a little nerve-wracking just because it's not going to be a good game.
Well, and not having TJ Watt, I think it's amazing what a pass rusher can do. I think it's a game if TJ Watt is there. I don't think it's a game because TJ Watt isn't there.
Exactly.
All right, so Eagles and Bucks tonight. Eagles on the road, a 3-point favorite. I'm assuming that Baker Mayfield is going to play.
From all the reports, it seems like it. What just freaked me out is that I thought that I knew he had the rib injury, but they always kind of made it seem like that wasn't going to hold him back. But then it seemed like this weekend, the talks amplified of him being questionable. But is that more of a tactic to maybe throw the Eagles off a little bit?
I think if you're the Eagles, you have to prepare for Mayfield, and then I don't even know who the backup is right now.
That's a great question. Because it's not
Tampa.
Blaine Gabbert anymore.
No, and I know that they have the old Kyle Trask, but I think he's their number 3. They have somebody that has actually played before that is their backup. Mm-hmm. But I know A.J. Brown is out. Yesterday on ESPN, I think it was Randy Moss saying that he thinks Julio Jones can be an impact player tonight. I think Philadelphia's lost their mojo.
I do too.
And I'm going to go with Tampa Bay to win this game outright.
I am too. Just because simply the Eagles collapse that we have seen after such a great start to the season.
Amazing start.
For them to collapse in this way. And they even, I have to say this selfishly, Randy, I somewhat enjoy it. You want to know why? Because the Eagles kept taking some of my favorite Titans players.
Oh, that's fair enough. I think that's good reasoning.
And they took A.J. Brown. Things are not working out, I guess, maybe, with A.J. Brown and the Eagles. There might be a little bit of a kerfuffle there, and obviously he's going to be out due to injury in the game. And then Kevin Byard just really hasn't panned out well in their defense or fit in yet.
Right. And that might have hurt them from a chemistry standpoint. Maybe that's part of the problems.
I do like Jalen Hurts a lot. I mean, I don't dislike the Eagles, but I'm just saying. It is nice that it works out a little bit that way.
A little karma. Kyle Trask is their backup, by the way, in Tampa. And John Wolford, the old Rams backup, is ostensibly their number 3. I don't know who would take Mayfield's spot if Mayfield can't go. But I'm going to say that Mayfield is going to be there, and I think Mike Evans will have a big game, and I think Godwin will have a big game, and I think Tampa wins this game outright. But I think it's relatively close because that's just who they are. They play great defense. So I'm going to say that Tampa wins this game at home 24-20.
Oh.
I got to go with the Eagles on this one.
Really?
I mean, when you have the just a better team in the trenches, I think that comes out in the playoffs. And I think the Eagles' defensive line hasn't been what it was last year, but there's still a lot of talent there. I think they probably overload every spot that isn't Tristan Wirfs on the Buccaneers' offensive line and get to Mayfield a couple times. And then I think when it comes down to it, maybe they pull back on the offensive play calling a little bit and say, let's not try to throw it. And let's just run this ball down their throat because we got the 5 hog mollies in front. Let's make it work.
I think it'll be a fast game. I think both teams are going to try to run it, even though both teams have capable wide receivers. Devontae Smith, Julio Jones on one side, plus Goddard being back. And then, as we mentioned, Evans and Godwin on the other side.
Yeah. I still feel like the Bucs are going to have it just because of the Eagles' collapse. It just feels like things have not been working out well for them. And then their defense, we've talked about it a lot. Their defense is just not doing what it should be doing this season, especially towards the end.
Yeah. So you will be able to see that game tonight with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on ESPN. We've got BK Ferrario coming up, and then the Fast Lane from 2 to 6 here on 101 ESPN. Danny Mack will be with us back in the morning tomorrow. Great job today by our producer, audio and video engineer, the one, the only Matthew Rocchio. Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
Brooke, wasn't this fun working till 11?
It was.
We figured it out at 9:59 that we were working
That's
till
so
11?
bad on us, but I like how we both realize it at the same time.
How about that?
And we do prep work the night before.
Yeah,
and we missed it.
We were somewhat prepared.
It's Randy because he goes everything off the grid, and the grid is one sheet. So there's no hiding the 10 o'clock hour, and it's just staring at him in the face. He even said Rock's Hill down when we were going to Rocc Roll because it's on the paper in front of him.
Nobody ever accused me of being too smart.
But so talented, and man.
We need to stick to sports.
Legs like I did not expect. I tell you what, watch out, Raquel Welsh. She got him coming for you.
Oh, yeah, I'm wearing my Reese's. If you want to go back and watch our YouTube re-air on the Air Alliance team YouTube channel, you can, and you can see my Reese's socks.
And your tan legs. I pointed that out. I was like, Randy, your legs are really tan.
Yeah.
Randy decided in the middle of the show to call the cab in a 1950s movie.
I cannot.
Thank you for tuning in, texting, and being a part of the show. For all of us until tomorrow morning at 7, have a great Martin Luther King Day, St. Louis.
And now for something completely different.